actual adult responsibility is too stressful. Let's doll up and go to the clubs and just forget everything and feel successful and powerful and whatever. I just want to have fun. Fuck the piling up commissions or whatever I might have and bills and stress and. But yeah, I tried looking through these all, and they were, I don't know, they all kind of felt like this sounds a little bit like, but it doesn't quite hit the mark. Like
that's the point.
They're
like,
too strong as a caricature to really feel like this could make an actual real person. And when you tie a game mechanic to them, it becomes, at least in my mind makes them too gamey. Like, oh, well, then I have to take this to the extreme, and it stops being the character and it becomes the nature. And it's like, but this isn't.
Yeah, and that is exactly why I want as early as possible to get a hold of one, so I can actually see, does this turn my character into a cartoon, or can this actually work as like naturally? Yeah.
I don't think that that's naturally. I mean, if you just define this is sort of how my character acts, these are one or two of his traits, and as long as we all agree, everyone acted in character, you get some willpower at the end of the session.
Sure, but I want to see how this works, because I want to learn the system like by the book. But yeah, I wonder if Hex actually would be a Bravo. Regain willpower when you get your way by cowing an opponent. Parenthesis, or an ally.
It doesn't matter how the Bravo gets his way, whether physically or verbally, as long as he gets it by knocking someone else down. Bravo takes pleasure in displaying their power firsthand to people they don't respect. The Bravo is not necessarily devoid of compassion. He just prefers the strong-arm method of getting things done. Commandos, thugs, and tough guy cops are all Bravo archetypes.
Okay.
So basically, you use intimidation and flexing and maybe a fist to the face. You just go, shut up, bitch, and do this. That is a Bravo. Like, these are the nature things that technically give you willpower when you play into them and manage to do it pretty well. Like, this is the main mechanic how you get willpower, is that you choose a nature for your character, which becomes, it's like the archetype personality for them, which is kind of the core. And then when you play into it really well or a lot, then the storyteller goes like, that was a very Bravo thing to do. Here's willpower, maybe. If you went into that, it's like inspiration. It's very much like inspiration in 5th edition, where you play to your flaws, even in a detrimental situation. Here is inspiration, clap, clap.
Oh, I hate that
mechanic. Except this is, you play to the personality really well and really exemplified it, and here is willpower, clap, clap.
Yeah, I don't even think about the willpower part, basically, because it's just something I want to like have in my character to try and bring out. I don't need a like cookie every time I do, but I really want to try how this would work with the system.
Yeah.
And it does say there's like a page and a half or even like 2 pages long introduction to the system, and they do say you usually want to have a little bit more nuanced character archetypes, but here are some basic character archetypes suitable for beginning play, and this is the list of, like, we just threw some cartoony shit there, see if that works for you, and then you realize that maybe this is a little bit one note, and then you start to create your own, like, more nuanced versions.
Right, yeah. Yet archetypes are not rigid. Characters need not devote themselves slavishly to their nature and demeanor. Rather, your character should act as you reasonably or emotionally believe she would act in any given situation. You should come up with your own archetypes that more closely define how your character responds to her world. After all, every character is an individual, and customized archetypes are a logical outgrowth of a well-rounded character. And then here are some basic character archetypes suitable for beginning play. So yeah, I guess even they are like, okay, here are some very caricaturized personalities, but remember your characters are people, not cartoon figures, so make your own. I guess it's more like, okay, your character stuck to their personality, and instead of gaming the system, you played your character the way he's consistently with the personality.
I get it, but remember, this is a system that also felt it was necessary to explain how time and rounds and role-playing worked on a very base level, so...
Yeah, this is also a system that tells us that, oh, the storyteller needs to know your character so he knows when you play well enough that he can reward you for it.
Yeah, that's just... that feels wrong.
Which is really this...
Pile more shit on top of the storyteller. As long as everyone sort of agrees, yeah, no, that's what they would do, then you get points for it at the end, and you get a certain amount, not depending on how many times you do something.
Yep.
Okay, I found Carl over here.
What do you mean?
The autocrat. The autocrat craves complete control over a situation, for he believes that his leadership is always in the group's best interests. Whether the autocrat's ideas are truly the best is inconsequential. Power for power's sake is your sole desire. Okay, that's a little bit cartoony already. Too far went. Anyway, I went too far. Anyway, dictators, corporate traders, and people who rule by fear are autocrat archetypes. But the point is, regain willpower when you wrest control of a situation from someone else and maintain command afterward. Which was basically what it had, what Carl had, except it was when he sees someone give orders incompetently, that he's like, nope, I can do jobs better. Give me the power, and I must maintain in power, because, you know, responsibility can't be, you can't handle responsibility. So, you know, it's mine.
I mean, does that fit his character as you've seen him so far?
Carl? Well, that's how
hold on. Carl,
you said
you're not playing Carl here, so...
No, not Peter, Carl. That's what I was saying, like, that fits Carl from the D&D campaign from long ago.
I mean, that's a fucking long ago character. Like, I barely remember Carl. The most noteworthy thing about Carl is that he got cloned a bunch of times.
Oh, yes. Well, he was Mr. Spock. The emotionally numb, logical one. Who got even more logical when he got...
He got cloned in the sequel after he died.
Oh, definitely.
So he really was
true. And when he got drunk, he got even more logical instead of less. Made perfect sense, right?
The autism.
Yes. Now I can actually really pinpoint what's actually going on.
I was thinking of giving Victor Trickster because it sounded... Because Victor has a lot of mongrel in him, and Trickster is basically, no matter how grim the situation becomes, the Trickster is able to dredge up a bit of humor from it, or at least it sounded like mongrel's jokes and pranks. The Trickster tries to lighten up the spirits of everyone around them by using commentary, wit, or physical humor. By putting on a gleeful mask, Trickster hopes to play the fool for everyone, including himself. But then the more I read, I was like, he's maybe less mongrel. Throwing rocks at at the elevator as a distraction for momentary funsies doesn't really seem like someone who tries to lift the spirits of everyone. When you manage to lighten a dark situation and give others hope,
Also found Fibblethip.
Oh,
pure chaos.
Child.
Oh.
The child archetype can show two different phases. On one hand, he may be the epitome of the little prince, innocent, questioning, untouched by the world's pettiness. On the other hand, he can be an immature, selfish creature who demands a sort of dependence on others. Many child archetypes, such as children, are the idle rich who show a bit of each phase. Regain willpower when your unsullied perspective uncovers an answer that more world-weary people might have overlooked, or alternatively, regain willpower when you get your way through mulish stubbornness.
I'm gonna try this persuasion check until it succeeds because I have poisoned you.
Yeah, or like I just wander around.
Poisoned.
Yeah.
I just wander around and randomly pull this lever, and hey, it just worked.
Yeah, until the
Nobody
DM
else.
gets desperate and says, "Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, some stuff happens, so the plot progresses."
Yep, indeed. That's Fibbletip and the child archetype.
So Tikru wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, Tikru was like an adolescent version of Fibbletip, because Fibbletip was a toddler.
Well, I think Tikru was easier to be. I think that the problem with Fibbletip was that it was never expressed. Like in the beginning, it was never expressed really that he's a child. He was just an annoying prick, and then it came from outside of the game. But, oh, he's a child, and it's your responsibility to teach him. It's like, no, characters don't know that it's a kid, and it's really not our character's responsibility to babysit your character and be the moral guide for it. Because to us, it just looks like a douchey little frog being an asshole kind of thing. Whereas,
which it was.
yeah, but Heiki's defense was, oh, but he's a child and you should care for him and raise him and teach him boundaries. Like, no, we didn't know that. We just saw an assholey little toad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Granny doesn't know he's a kid.
And I was like, okay, I don't think a bunch of like selfish adventurers is the best place to raise a kid. It's an interesting idea how it might have like turned out, especially if we'd known from the start.
Yeah.
Especially if we'd known from the start or figured it out somehow that, oh, this is an actual child. Well, maybe we should care for it. And then like, what skills do these people like impart to the or imprint on the like mindless child? Like, yes, you know what? Just killing people to get some money is completely okay. This is not a desperate situation, it's a life choice. The child is like, aha, so this is how the world works, and suddenly you have a sociopath on your hands.
And it also went into my pet peeve areas with role-playing children, in that you are supposed to be a child toad with the strength of a grown barbarian. Because at least from what I understood, Fibbletip didn't have any child penalties to his stats. He was a fully fledged adult character stats-wise. So it's like, okay, well, Granny might have cared, except nothing about this character ever spoke of a child. So it was like...
when it's convenient.
Yeah, and it's like, even as a player, for me, it goes, okay, well, how is my 399-year-old grandmother gnome gonna start raising a toad who does what it wants? We can't put boundaries on that thing. It'll throw Granny around like she's a sack of grain.
True.
What the fuck do you expect? Not only that, but you have already demonstrated a tendency of I poison you and then I try and hammer through a check until I succeed method. So there is no role play going to be going on there. You will just brute force your will and then blame it on us for not trying. It's like, okay, I'm not even entertaining this role play.
Yes, well, his particular style of role playing was more the playing than the role playing.
Yeah,
for sure.
Also, the system had several issues, so
yeah.
But I mean, I'm not blaming the system for Heikki. Heikki is Heikki.
Yeah, him taking
chaos.
advantage of certain. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. He also made a couple of really annoying characters for my campaign.
Oh,
like the real life table ones.
Oh right, yeah.
Yes, my passive perception is 24.
Good. I'll use the active one.
Oh,
Yes, exactly. That's how I had to do that at some point.
Oh, what do you mean your passive?
Also, I tried to build his character into like this neurotic weirdo who always notices the weird little fucking cracks in like in the windows and like yeah, you notice that the like what's it called? Verhot.
Curtains?
Yeah, like the curtains have stitching that's off, and you know, just weird little shit like that I started inserting into the game, just trying to like
make his character neurotic.
yeah, like
You know, just
everything, every little thing in the world bothers you, just a tiny little bit.
As you enter the room, you notice the curtains move just a bit, but there doesn't seem to be anyone behind them.
Your passive perception immediately detects 17 different kinds of sand in this small pile. You feel compelled to spend the next hour counting it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or like, okay, you see that this person has had the perfect manicure, except one fingernail is like 1/10 of an inches part too long, and it irks you. It irks you. Yeah. It's an interesting.
So I did have
idea.
my little fun with it, but
Yes,
I mean, it took me a couple of sessions of me just being really fucking pissed off at him, going like, "Hey," reminding it's the "Hey GM, I have dark vision thing, but with perception 24." You know,
this is why I made your characters all just be able to see in the dark to a smaller or greater degree. It's just if you have to go to me and say, "Oh, by the way, I have dark vision, so different rules apply to me on any topic," that immediately takes us out of roleplay world and takes us back to some fat asshole sitting around a table world.
Hey, I have dark vision, and I have a passive perception 24. Yeah, I know. It doesn't give you laser vision. You still can't see color, you fucker.
You know what you could have done with the super perceptive person? Tag a bard who just can't quite sing the exact melody, like sings right next to the note, and it's not perceptible to anybody else but him, because he has perfect hearing. And he also tags along like
You also could have if he goes, I have dark vision and I have 25 passive perception, so technically you only have 20 passive perception because dark vision is still dim light, which gives you disadvantage on seeing. So you only have 20 passive without the lights, or at least the source of dim light. Oh, and the DC for this was 21.
I think he was also I think he was also some kind of I can't remember what subclass it was. Probably like
was he the
since I don't remember, it's no, it was probably what's the one I played least? Artificer.
Okay, yeah.
Probably, because I think they had like a spark of genius, kind of something like that he could use to just, you know, give himself even more perception.
Oh yeah, I think this was probably the character he was talking about. I have 30 perception at some points, and it's like, okay, cool. But I still choose where it applies as a GM. You don't get all the answers just because you pumped. I'll give you bones here and there, but you don't get everything.
Yeah, I'll throw you a bone every now and then.
I'll make sure to utilize it.
Can perceive everything in the next 5 rooms. Do I hear breathing? Let me roll for it.
I'm so
high. A very good comic book guy impression there. Holy shit.
My perception is so high, you might as well give me blindsight.
Actually, blindsight doesn't play in this situation. My character has a canonical backstory that gives him special color vision with blindsight.
Actually, you didn't run it by me, so you got none of that shit.
I gave you a note and you said, yeah, looks good. Flip's note has like tiny fine print.
Well, I changed that now. Anyway, nature's aside and Fibblety left where he belongs, in a dead campaign somewhere.
Yeah. And the other characters in a big ashy pile at the bottom of a bonfire or under a pyramid that came crashing down into a building.
There was one character, I like the first character he played, because he was a serious character, or more serious, more down to
I
earth.
can't remember. What was his first character?
It was the warlock who was after knowledge and the grimoires.
I mean, I like the concept, but I could like from the start I could tell that he didn't really like know how.
Oh
to
yeah,
play
he
it.
didn't like it because it was a serious and down to earth character. I know,
Yeah.
that's why he swapped it right away.
Ew,
But-
serious character.
But I
to,
like
to
that
be
one.
fair, the setting at that particular time wasn't serious, was it?
Um,
I can't remember really when he entered.
well, it was the one he played when you. No, it was when Saku and him first came around, joined us for an introduction.
Oh yeah, was it my game?
Yeah,
Was it?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it was my
it was.
game. Yeah.
it was. We were going to the
Brewer.
jungle ruins.
True,
with
true.
The, where the
My
undead
goodness.
were, the
Right,
undead
right.
village.
Right, the one that at some point went so off the rails that I turned into a transformer car with my Warforged.
Yes.
And you all got
that
inside of me, and you cast grease, and we launched into the ass of a giant. That one.
Yes,
And
that
we used
campaign.
earth tremor to
Down
loosen
to
the
earth.
ass muscles just enough to let us through like a vibrator.
Yep, down to earth, serious.
Serious
I mean,
campaign.
let's be honest, I felt like, okay, I guess the serious from the window was like, oh, I want to transform into a car. And I was like, oh, okay, here we go.
That
At
one
some
got so
point-
silly that even other players
That
were
one was,
usually
though, like-
unserious,
I mean, it had already been going off the rails for a while when he because I remember when Han suggested like that as a joke, and I was like, yeah, actually, I have one for that ready.
Wait, what?
Okay, let's be honest. I'm not sure if Buri ever was to. I mean, come, brother. Please
you know
sign
what?
this waiver.
At some point, I'm gonna get an artist to do a depiction of the situation
Yes.
by my description, and I'll okay it from you if it satisfies your imagination too, how you visioned it happening, and then I'm gonna do a fucking tattoo to my body out of that situation, because that's something I want to remember for the rest of my life.
Which one? Us driving Brewermobile
Yes.
up a giant's ass?
Mobile up to giant's ass. Like
Oh.
that's something I don't want to forget.
I was relatively proud of that idea for him. I was like, oh, I mean, he can't fight inside his body. We're going into a giant. It's like,
I remember,
Really?
I remember staring at the stat sheet and being like, "Oh, this is gonna be fun." And then you guys came along and I was like, "Okay, well, fuck this, I guess."
well, I was like,
Here this goes.
I was playing number 3, and I'm like, okay, number 3 is a kobold. Kobolds like tunnels. Where would number 3 think of going, and how to deal with this? Well, he would go to the only cavity and only tunnel this giant has where he can't be fought because the giant is scary. Let's go inside the giant, and the closest place to go in was.
Well, yes, it's the entire setup, right? Because in a little bit earlier in that same thing, Brewer had a thing where a giant demon also sort of fell over after it died and landed with his ass on top of him, and he sort of got stuck in that. And then the callback to that was.
I don't remember that though.
Okay, that happened.
Oh yeah, it was the fucking Dark Souls demon
Yes.
thing. Yeah,
When he
now I
butt-slapped me.
remember.
And then later, like a little later, when we had this, it's like, how are we going to get inside of him? And then Brewer says, I am aware of an orifice.
Well,
I forgot about that. Honestly, it was
Or if
such
it's
a,
detected.
such a like throwaway episode filler thing that I made. Yeah.
and Lani sat out the entire adventure because he thought it was too stupid.
He couldn't derail it because it was already derailed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
because
the
he
part
didn't
where
like
we
number. He was already salty because he didn't
Yeah.
like me switching Granny away for number 3. So
Oh yeah.
That
He
was
was-
the one where we actually, left the train at the station and then called the cab because that was
Yeah,
just
pretty
somewhere
much.
completely deeper.
Yes. Well,
pretty much.
the important part is tone is maintained, and that was a funny tone back
Yeah.
then. And now in the new campaign,
Yes.
in this campaign, in this setting, we are trying to maintain a more serious tone or mysterious tone.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we
Then I bring
managed to
in
dial it
Victor.
back during the last D&D thing a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, sure, we had some really fucking silly moments, but like overall, I feel like we managed to dial it back
Oh
a
yeah,
little bit.
yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah.
absurd, but it was still entertaining and funny.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
different types of funny and silly. As long as everyone respects the internal rules and the fact that you're trying to have fun with each other, that's important. Some players that we've had in the past have attempted to derail things, not so much in a campaign sense, but in a players trying to do stuff sense, which is not as cool.
Yeah. And I don't mind funny coming from character. Like I've said before, I don't mind funny coming from characters if the campaign is meant to be serious and there are serious consequences. Like you can try funny haha, but the campaign might not go funny haha with you.
Yeah, and personally,
Or
I
it will
really
squash
love
you.
doing stuff with my characters, like building stuff and having something. Like, if I get a cool idea, I really like to pursue that idea, but it's. It can be difficult in this kind of games, so it's always you don't want to do it at the expense of the rest of the party,
Yeah.
or like holding back,
think-
getting the party stuck. Like if I were to take a job and sign a fucking 9-month, contract right now, that would be like no. But
Well, I mean, that would just-
trying to get a weekend job, just lifting some heavy things, that's different.
Yeah, either that or it just leads into a 9-month money gathering stint, and then we get a job after that. I think from what World of Darkness has sounded, from what we've been reading, this is exactly the kind of campaign where that works, because this is real life. This is real world, real life. This isn't a D&D where you start and then 2 months later you're a god. This is actually you do this hunting thing, but you also have real life responsibilities. You need to have an income, you need to have a home, otherwise you are a hobo and you probably can't afford the things you need. So
I was actually supposed to talk with you, Han, during the week, but
Okay.
I forgot.
Also, about the tone and the like keeping responsibilities and stuff. Once again, I see this very similar to Call of Cthulhu, where you start slow. You basically just there's an adventure. After that, we go to live our lives. We can hold our jobs and stuff like that. Then we go to another adventure as we get called. Then we go handle that one, and it's fine. Suddenly, things start to get more hectic. One thing leads to another. You have to weigh: do I go to work? Do I actually just go to the job? Then you start to have more and more responsibilities on both sides of your double life, and then you have to start to think oh shit, I'm actually losing one of these lives. Which one am I gonna lose? And that's how I imagine how this system is supposed to work too.
Yes.
Or can work if it's not even supposed to work, but anyway, there's a possibility of that.
At the very least, as a setting and grounding for your character, because it doesn't exactly have a rule set for how you're supposed to balance these two things.
Which is good. You really don't want. It would be an interesting thing to see some kind of mechanics for this, or this kind of game, but you really don't need it. It really, if your players and the storyteller are good enough to recognize situations and think with their feet, it just comes naturally. There's actually a conflict of interests right now. Do I live this life or this life? Which just naturally pops up.
Yes. Although for the current situation, it seems to be a setting of go to a new place, maybe do some remote work for most of you, maybe find a local odd job for a period, and once the local threat has been dealt with, move on to the next place you suspect has something, or head back for a period while you do research.
Yep.
But like I said, I want to try and aim the campaign at being a sort of road trip. Means you'll probably start hearing about a lot of local legends anytime you're somewhere. Well, yeah, that sure was a ghost we just dealt with. Oh, by the way, did you hear about this other haunted thing nearby? Or this other mysterious thing? Are we just gonna ignore that? And
yes, that is
by
really
default,
cool.
your characters are not something that can just go, nah,
Yep.
let's just leave it.
Indeed, and especially with like 3 zealots in our party, we
Yeah,
really shouldn't
absolutely
be
not.
just like shrugging at
Yeah.
actual supernatural stuff.
Yeah. Which was kind of
moving
like
around.
when we were in the first place, and Victor's like, "Oh, by the way, did you know there's Mothman here? There's a haunted
Yeah.
graveyard. There's like," and then then the Raven thing and the mountain, and a lot of the group was just like, "We just want to go home." Like, aren't we hunters? Isn't this exactly our bread and butter? Like the initial reaction was, "Nah." Side quests. I was like, "Wait, what?"
But I at the very first thing I thought when Han, you said like, okay, this might be a road trip kind of setting, I was immediately reminded of Call of Cthulhu Horror on the Orient Express, which is basically the same thing. It's literally on rails. You just hop on the Orient Express from the other end and just go deeper and deeper, and you have like stations where you you stop,
Yes.
and you get to like explore the surrounding areas,
Okay,
and
well-
then you have something special.
While that is true, you know that I like to run my campaigns of having, you guys in a position on the map, and then you are aware that in the immediate surrounding area, once you're done with an adventure, there are rumors, there are leads. I describe what feels like the beginning of a quest somewhere. So that at the very least, you're in charge of the thing you pick. Or if there's a third option you obviously pursue, then that should be available. Now, it's very simple that the leads I would end up giving you would simply lead you across the United States through various states, and that the things I am planning to base it on will be the miscellaneous local folklore and legends of the states you're in right now. Right now, you're in Oregon. And as soon as this thing is dealt with, then I will toss some Oregon folklore that you've heard about. And because it's World of Darkness, I can mutate some of that a little bit. Maybe some of it's real, genuine one-to-one folklore, and maybe some of it actually has, vampires, werewolves, undead, other weird shit, aliens, who knows? Yep. Some guy named Steve who at some point kicked an Indian in the balls and is now cursed. Who knows?
Exactly.
But you're hunters, and it's your job to deal with it, even if you're just acting like weird cryptid hunters at times.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I envisioned it, because of course with written material you have to like contain the material somehow, especially with that many different locations as the Orient Express. You have much more freedom to do whatever you wish, especially with you having experience. So I was definitely thinking it's not on rails. It is kind of the open world nightmare / paradise you could imagine. Like, yeah, there's stuff. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? What's the interesting part for you? So yeah, I am excited about this proposition.
Yeah. And if at any point we feel like maybe we want a larger plot, then at any point it's possible to just start dropping larger hints. Like at the moment, I'm half like, oh, are we gonna have to go against the local government or the Orpheus group?
The Orpheus group seems like something.
It's a thing, and it's a thread that you can pull on. But,
yeah.
So
But at the same time, I'm dreading doing that because it might lock us into like one path in a new system with no pre-written materials. I was like, how is this gonna go? It sounds.
I feel like we should approach it with the monster of the week kind of approach.
Yeah.
Or, just keep going and keep maybe getting hints and shit like that, and then
Yeah.
at
Like
some
in D and
point,
D,
maybe.
in D&D, I would be absolutely like, oh yeah, no, let's chase it. In this setting, this set, no, what is it? Anyway, in World of Darkness, I feel a lot more intimidated, even at the prospect of going against a
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
secret multi-million company corporation that has hands in pockets of local governments and shit. I'm like, no.
Yeah. And what I really how I envision the Orpheus stuff with the like I envision this
It's
whole
just the fucking
campaign to
stamp at the
be.
bottom of a piece of paper, you know, like.
I mean, it's like I'm thinking of X-Files. It's like Monster of the Week stuff most of the time. Sometimes you get once again one episode of holy shit, so this is going on here. What the hell does it mean? And then like Monster of the Week stuff, and then you get another like hint about the
Like really slow
underlaying
cooking.
really grim stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a really slow cooking thing in the
that's what I would also be expecting, kinda. I feel like
Yeah.
that would be the best approach.
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea what Han has.
Hint, Han. Yeah.
That is one way of doing it. However, that smacks a little bit of some of the problems we had in the earlier campaigns where you drop a hint all the way at the start for something because it just happens to be a loose end, like a literal red herring that some writer put in. Like, oh, who's the big evil here? Oh, the mysterious flips coin dingo
Carol,
the Red
group.
Dragon.
Yeah. Oh my god, that must be so important. Let's ask a million questions about that. God damn it. It looks up stat block, there's just nothing.
Yeah,
Yep, definitely.
I was just scrolling through the book, and there's poisons and drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are drug
yeah.
rules.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Cocaine, 1 plus 1 strength or stamina.
I mean, it's a real world thing that you could likely just encounter, so even if it's not expected that your characters buy it in a store in order to buff their stats, if your player says, oh, yeah, I'm a guy who's addicted to cocaine in order to be, performance maxing so that he can hunt stuff, you should probably know if you should just give him a +1 or double his stats or something.
And what the drawbacks are too.
Exactly. Like something to ask reasonable questions.
So
what if this
alcohol,
this
you subtract 1 die from any dexterity, perception, intelligence, or wits dice pool for every drink your character consumes within an hour. This effect fades at the rate of 1 die per hour until all the alcohol is purged from your character's system.
Oh, it's the American way of drinking. Welcome to the land of Finland. Oh,
where's my charisma bonus?
Yeah, you should at least have one, yes.
It goes up until it goes way down.
Yeah. No, you just think it goes up.
Dexterity, yeah, I can't take any of those points. I can sacrifice some intelligence, sure. Okay, I can get drunk. I was just looking at my stats like, I don't have any of these stats. Can I even get drunk?
What happens if you have negative stats?
Dex into
I
wit.
don't know.
Crit
Do you
fails,
always
I
have
think.
1 or 0?
I guess it can't go below 1 because you always have some.
Okay. Meta. Dump all the stats that alcohol has negatives on, and just drink all the way.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, yeah, I'll keep taking points from my dexterity, from my perception, and from my wits.
At that point, you would be getting checks that are listed in the difficulty. Hold, where's the little chart? Here's the little chart for difficulty. Where's it at?
Yeah, I was actually trying to find the
difficulty.
what was it?
Here we
Background
go.
stuff.
Difficulties. Difficulty easy. 3, running on flat pavement. But you'd have no dice, so when you start running, you just fail.
Sure.
I run drunkenly after the guy. You can't. Why? No dice. You can't succeed. You're gonna fall flat in your face.
Yeah. After the last session, we stayed and chatted a little bit with Miro,
Yes.
and we went through some of the background stuff.
Right.
And I tied it into my written background, kinda,
Okay.
and that's what I was supposed to talk to you about.
Yes.
So I chose the advantages backgrounds on my sheet. I had Arsenal, 2 points, bystanders, 1 point, and 2 points in resources. But I can't find the backgrounds from the book now. Miro, can you maybe help me out?
I'm the wrong person.
Do you remember
to ask
where
about
to
that.
find?
Just Control F resources.
It doesn't work for me for some reason now.
Are you in the picture version again?
Yeah, it's in the picture. I mean, no, it's like I'm scrolling and it keeps.
You need to have
scan the
scrolled
text,
past
but-
it so that the PDF software has time to extract the text from the pictures. Like,
Yeah, it's a.
it doesn't do that unless you actually scroll past that page.
That's terrible.
That's
Yep. At least the one I use on Chrome doesn't seem to do that, so I'll have to have gone slowly through the entire document before I can start searching stuff. Which is Dumbo. But...
Yeah.
But I mean, it was something like Arsenal 2 pips meant something that I have a stash of like
historical
World
collection.
War II up to World War II.
II.
Type of rifles, a couple rifles, a couple pistols somewhere, and Bystanders 1 was basically I know a guy that might
Like a
be
mom or a dad or something.
yeah, basically someone who knows about me hunting, so I have like a contact.
I think I have it here.
And resources 2 was me owning a house.
Yeah, a house.
But in my background already, I have let's
Here we
see.
go, Arsenal. I have it right here.
Okay, what page is it so I can also
That
follow?
is page 121. Oh, 120.
Okay, yeah, I scrolled past it. There we go.
You might own or have inherited a modest collection of rifles, shotguns, and a few handguns. Equipment could include army surplus rucksack, rations, or first aid kits. 2 equals you own a substantial collection of firewalls, pistols, and long guns, possibly including vintage semi-automatic military rifles, Civil War, World War I, or World War II. Equipment could include high-power binoculars, urban camo, or police scanner.
That's what I'm at.
Yes, and 3 pips for context. If you're a serious collector owning various pistols, shotguns, and semi-automatic, how is that difference? How is substantial less than various? The gear in your basement could easily outfit a rough-it group of campers. And your supplies could include night vision goggles, body armor, military supply radio. Okay, really, it comes down to you wouldn't have this stuff if you don't have Arsenal with a few pips.
An arsenal doesn't mean like you could have one good weapon, but arsenal means you like have a stash of stuff.
Right.
And the difference between 2 and 3 is 2 is up to World War II, which is kind of outdated, maybe AK-47, but that was 3 pips is modern stuff too. You could have real.
Well, you would think
real
the
good
weapon
weapons.
chart would have that somehow. Where's the weapon chart? I know we have one.
No
Vehicle
idea.
types, vehicle types,
But
vehicle types.
when we go up to 5, that's where the fun begins, though. People like you give the ATF nightmares. Your large collection includes heavy weapons, vintage machine guns, mortars, and grenades. They're all but serviceable. Modern equipment might include SWAT team body armor, military-grade GPS, navigation hardware, or even surplus military vehicles.
APC, here we come.
I mean, if you want to have a character and you can argue to the DM like, oh, actually, I would have inherited a fucking tank from my grandpa.
No, but the thing is, like, my background has me going into jail, right, for smuggling, and then you know, I'm just gonna read this part straight from the text. His kids stopped riding after year 4. His ex remarried. The house he once owned now belonged to a bank. These days he rents a musty apartment above a closed down vape shop and spends his evenings watching old fishing documentaries, yada yada yada. Which means, based on that and the points that I selected, I probably have like stash, like, you know, like one of those survivalist bunkers at my old house that the bank has repoed from me.
Prepper bunker, yeah.
Yeah, prepper bunker. Could we maybe work that in? Or do I just need to change things up a little bit?
You have 2 pips, right?
Yeah. And already in my backstory, I had that the house that I also, if you check,
Yeah.
resources 2 points,
Yes.
which
So,
I don't have anymore, but I had them. If we go to resources 2 points, you have a real job and your first home. You may have a nice car or 2 old ones. Supporting a family and maintaining the hunt puts a real strain on your finances. Alternatively, you live in a cheap apartment but can afford good equipment for the mission. That's 2 pips, but
which is what you have. Apartment,
which is what I
but you
have.
Yeah.
But the thing
So
is,
you
I
have
had
resources for the
written.
mission and also an arsenal. So what kind of bouncer were you?
No, the thing is, like, I obviously had something going on before I went to prison, but then the bank took everything, and now it's like
it's just
I have those points spent,
spent.
but I don't actually have access to them directly anymore. So I need to figure out how to get that shit.
Also, aren't you spec'd like a strength melee character?
Oh, absolutely.
What gear would you want to argue that you have prepared?
Hey, I have a people firearms.
Well, yes, but that's nothing compared to your fucking 5 pips in strength stuff.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
But you know, everyone should have a gun.
do you have
You know,
melee?
yeah, exactly. Everyone needs a prepper bunker and, you know, a couple of rifles for hunting. And we are on the hunt. And we do seem to have a party with no guns. And I did spend my points there.
My only
enough.
gun just got exploded.
So I'm thinking we go and pay a visit and take back from the bank that the bank yoinked from me.
More logically would be that prepper bunker never really got
Found.
found because it's in the woods somewhere.
Exactly.
The only question is then, what sort of stuff do you really have? A few
That's a good
rifles,
question.
stuff. Okay, let's again look at the weapon chart.
Yeah, that's where I need you. That's why I was
Two
supposed to
Let there
talk to
be
you
one
during the
M2
weekend, during the week. But
Now,
I sort of forgot.
Unfortunately, the chart doesn't exactly specify stuff like, oh, this is from a specific era. You have World War II guns. Okay, cool. How
It
does that
said
translate to the chart?
what was the wording? Let me see.
A collection of firearms, pistols, and long guns.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that means.
Possibly including vintage semi-automatic military rifles. Okay, that's great. But then we look at the chart and it doesn't use those words.
Okay.
It uses words like a Glock 17.
There we go. Yeah. I mean, not a Glock 17. That's way too new.
So, light revolvers, heavy revolvers.
Can I? What page is the weapons list on?
No, here it's on the Roll20 thing.
Oh, okay.
There, should be on your screen right now.
Okay.
Yep. The ping worked.
See what I mean? Like some of them are described simply as assault rifle, and then some are. Oh wait, there are examples. It's type and then a specific underneath it. Okay, so it's revolver light, for example, a Smith & Wesson M640 38 special, or a heavy revolver, for example, Colt Anaconda, pistol light, pistol heavy, rifle, SMG large, assault rifle, shotgun semi-automatic, crossbow. It doesn't say long rifle anywhere. Gotta love that when it uses different terminology. Probably just rifle, right?
Yeah.
Rifle as opposed to assault rifle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's more about like the range and damage and concealed stuff that it's
Probably.
trying to display here. So I'm imagining like a long rifle being somewhere around like the Remington.
Right. Okay. I'm going to rule that because you have invested in both resources and arsenal, the maximum thing on this was like you have a substantial collection of stuff and long guns. I'm just going to say, when you have access to your bunker,
But
you just have...
but an M700 is like an actual rifle though.
Yes,
Like
that's an example of the rifle.
yeah.
So if people online want to look like, what does this look like? Well, in case of doubt, it's like a Remington M700.
Yeah.
Which I believe is a hunting rifle. Let me set that up real quick.
It is, yeah. It's a little too new, so, but I mean, I'm imagining something like a Mosin Nagant having, you know, similar stats.
Like a Remington 700 is such a very baseline type hunting rifle. Even if you go back to World War II, they're going to look very similar to that. They're also the sort of thing I'm pretty sure you can buy at Walmart. So
True.
Except if you want World War II rifle, go to M1
It's more about
Garand.
Yeah, yeah,
but-
exactly. True.
I
But
don't
that's
think
an
you guys
old
should be
one.
running around with M1 Grants. That's
But that's how it is.
that's exactly what I have though. Or according to that,
You know what, as long as it fits the
issue
stats.
with this, the thing in between like 2 and 3 pips here is actually what I at least notice is like it's the date, which would mean scope, which would mean range.
Yeah,
That's the thing that I'm like getting out of it.
me too. And of course, role
Like an
play-wise, it's
M700
like the-
with a fucking real scope, like that's
Look,
range 200,
yeah.
sure, that's like the max range ever. But try with a
I'm pretty
Garand with no scope, like it's
There's
still a
sure-
long. It's a rifle, it's a long gun, but
Yeah. Pretty sure there's also a difference between like Garand and the Remington, that the way and like handling and stuff
yes,
like that.
guys. There's a real easy way to deal with this. We're gonna go
Yes,
to
I do.
Walmart.com rifles.
How
Okay,
many different
and there I
watch
see
lists do you
for
want to handle?
$230. I see a Gemo Whisper Fusion Mach 1.177 caliber pellet air piston. No, I want not an air piston spring. I want a fucking... Why is that listed
These
under
are just
hunting
BB
rifle?
guns.
Yeah, I know.
These
I
are
don't
just
want a
BB
BB gun. I want a proper gun. Gun, print,
Yeah,
why the
maybe they
fuck?
just don't sell
Air
them at
gun
Walmart.
type? No. Caliber? No. Airsoft?
Is that
Walmart? Why are you disappointing me like this? Hold on.
America? What the fuck?
America, what the hell? I was told stuff. Okay, well, I guess I have to Google this. Buying Remington rifle. Remington rifle for sale. Guns.com.
Guns.com, of course.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Why not? Why wouldn't we think of that the first? No.
Oh, I'm-
Guns.us. That would be the
I'm
best.
not permitted to go to guns.com for some reason, alright?
Of course.
Remington.com. Merchandise. Gun cases and bags? No, I don't.
Guns, rifles.
Why is just gun not a thing? Let's see,
It works for
rifle.
me.
Wait, rifle. Let's just go to core locked. The first one. And that's a whole bunch of ammo. Do you have rifles as well? Because ammo is a separate thing. I mean, it's fucking America. You can get ammo. Just don't worry about it. You go to the grocery store and you pick up some milk and ammo. Why do they only have ammo here? I want the guns. Show me what the guns are so I can just check stuff.
Why didn't guns.com work for you? It worked
I don't
for
know.
me.
It did block me for some reason.
On too many watch lists. At some point they start.
It's
restricting your
even showing me like
content.
ads per rifle suppressors and shit.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, well, important part is Do you see?
You know when you go to like a fast food restaurant and they have the like
VSKA clearance Russian Red AK-47 $660
Wait, seriously,
on
just
sale.
Not too bad.
link me
Oh,
that,
on a
would you?
sale.
I mean, it's guns.com. I don't
Oh,
think you
sure.
can see it.
Okay, sure. All right. Let me just instead just take the rifle as it says as an example, right? What is this fucking chart called? Ranged weapons chart. Ranged.
I'm just thinking like, okay,
What was it,
you go to
semi-automatic?
you go to a web page and you order like a Remington M700 and the page is like, would you like a suppressor to go with that? And you're like, once again, no,
semi-automatic
thank you.
military rifles. So that is, yeah, that is the M1 Garand. That's it, pretty much.
Right, so let's try this once again for sale. If I want an M700 for sale, budsgunshop.com. Sure, bud.
Then there's also
Are you 18 years old? Yes.
the Tokarev SVT-40. I don't
There we
think
go.
we have any of those.
I don't
Then there's the
see default
Gewehr
scopes on these.
G41 and Volmer M35.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, they can sell them including with stocks.
So we got Russian, German. I mean, Garand is also German, but I think that's what like most of the Americans use. So I would be guessing M1 Garand for
Long
real.
story short, for like $1,000, you have a very good rifle, and it probably includes a scope. And otherwise, you can probably get one in the accessories department. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It has scope. Unless you guys want to be purists with iron sights.
Maybe no.
Maybe no.
I was thinking like, if I have to shoot with an iron sight, I'd get a penalty altogether, at least at the first, and especially on long range. It's like, yeah, I can't do this. This is just too difficult.
I also kind of, by this point, now that I understand the game a little bit better, could I maybe swap my points a little bit? I would like to take some away from my appearance, because the description for 5 pips is I cause traffic accidents.
How many pips did you have?
5?
Why did you make him a pretty boy?
Gosh.
He has.
I mean, have you
muscles.
seen him?
Like, what else would I put it into? Charisma or manipulation? Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes. The answer
I
is
was
yes.
a socially awkward wizard that I based this guy on, so, like, of course I just put
socially
them...
awkward.
Wasn't?
He wasn't.
I never thought of him as socially awkward.
Yeah, I just...
Well, you were too much in love, so yeah.
I mean, I just liked you so much. That's why I had you do all the talking every single time.
Yes. Yep. I saw that.
I just thought that was the you're the charisma character, so it's best.
But I would like to take maybe at least a pip away from that. So,
Sure.
you know, I can be pretty, but not, you know...
Big an intimidation.
It's fine. Put it somewhere else.
Yeah,
Don't
just
worry about
putting it into charisma. And then I was thinking
we have
taking one away
identicals.
from... Then I was thinking taking 1 point away from medicine and adding it to firearms. Just because I have that background stuff. So I got 2 pips in firearms instead of 1.
Bang bang, Lucky Luke.
As long as you're not as good as me, it's fine.
Wow.
Yes. I need to be good at something, bruh.
It's
True.
the one thing I have.
Yeah. I have my YouTube and I have my aim.
YouTube
That's what I
gunman.
have.
That's me. With
Yep.
my gun. Old shattered remains of guns.
Try to do something else than shoot a weapon. The gun explodes. Okay, God, I understand the message. I will never try to do anything else. That's me. I shoot guns. And I shoot videos. Yep.
Yeah,
I
but
shoot
we could
videos.
maybe get you Garand from my stash.
Yes.
as a replacement weapon.
If you want, if it
maybe a
makes
pistol for
sense-
myself.
Yeah, if it makes sense, and is it within Oregon? That's the question. You're currently in the state of Oregon. You went from one adventure pretty much straight to the other. And
That would be a
where-
good stop.
Yeah,
next
where
stop
did we
for us.
start from? Like, what is the starting city where our most recent lives existed?
probably
before we went to the
LA,
first.
right? Or at least the state of Los Angeles, because it's densely populated, but
Yeah.
it's right
Well,
next to
I
Oregon.
was trying to Google. Oregon has what I posted it on the channel as well. When we were talking about Portland is a relatively big settlement in Oregon as well.
Yes.
Which sounded like the kind of place where Victor would have moved to start his new life. Because if Victor and if he's the bouncer of the nightclub that Victor frequents, then we would have had to exist in the same area before the first adventure.
Right.
Yeah.
And if he worked at the club, like we all, well, save
The
for maybe
nightclub.
Peter, but like Scammy, Pex, and Victor at least should have been around the same area.
Yes.
Because
it's fine if
Victor
everyone
works for the
agrees
prisoners
that-
charity.
If everyone just agrees Portland, Oregon, then that's fine.
Yeah.
You know,
Because
that's
I think it also makes sense that we're still within the state. These are one of our first together hunts, so
Yes. You wouldn't
I
travel to
imagine-
the other side of the world for it.
yeah, close to home still, and we can shoot off from here. But especially if Pex has had to be home within 2 weeks to work as well, then we would probably have
Yeah,
to
I mean
start
that's
from
not
Oregon.
an issue anymore though. But
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
thinking about that, then
and we could also
somewhere in
have
Oregon.
I don't. You posted somewhere like the road trip map, but we could just have where I used to have my house be somewhere along that path ish.
Yeah.
Make it into a pit stop.
yeah, then it would be in Oregon still.
Yeah,
That stash, if we lived here, then it would be in the state.
yeah. I mean, fuck.
Probably
we could
maybe.
just maybe
Unless you moved
go there
states
now,
to
I
escape your
guess.
past.
realizing
Maybe it's in one camera.
realizing how problematic hunting is.
Yeah.
Maybe we get or I get the idea that we should maybe try and go and see if my stash still exists.
But wait, is the thing you linked where the stash is, or?
No. This is what I imagine, because I imagine Peter needs to get it. He has a vision of what he wants to do with the YouTube channel. So he wants a remote cabin at somewhere near a mountain, or mountainous area, because he needs multiple different like biomes nearby to shoot his videos. So I'm imagining his cabin is somewhere around there, and he actually lives there. I don't know if he even has electricity there. It would make sense for him to have electricity because he does YouTube stuff. So I'm not saying it has to be completely remote. I'm not saying it has to be just there, but around that kind of area.
I mean,
Or around that kind of like nature.
if the town of Bend is slightly to the north, then probably a little closer to that, to the point where you can still have electricity.
Yeah. There you go. There we go. Yeah. Bend is excellent. Bend is perfect. Yep. So around Bend.
Also, you're
he has
smack
his
dab in
home.
the middle of a
Around Bend
natural.
before.
You're in the middle of a national park right now, which
Yes,
don't think-
of course. There are like multiple national forests around that place, which is
Yes.
kind of perfect for maybe he has a much more like nature conserving like channel.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this is how you survive not hacking down trees and stuff like that, because
Yeah,
It has
nature
the national
survival
forests.
channel as opposed to let's go kill bang everything that moves in.
basically, though he does know how to hunt, so he
Oh
does
yeah, I mean
hunt.
that's for survival, but like
Yeah,
I shot 3
Okay.
deers and I just took their horns.
Bend is good. I mark it on my sheet. Oh,
He's been
Bang
around
bang
again.
established. Okay. If that is cleared up.
very minor tweaks and everything just clicks together right now.
Right.
Very
Nice.
cool.
Okay. The big question is, did you get those guns before you went here?
No.
Are they in the back of your Honda Civic right now?
I mean, I would, if we would just want to skip the, pit stop, then sure, but otherwise
Or it
probably
might be
not.
our next milestone to go there, like wherever that might
Maybe.
be.
I will leave this completely up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I probably would have. Obviously, I didn't like out of character. I didn't fucking realize, but in character, I probably would have piped up about having guns in my trunk already when his weapon blew up in his hand.
Yeah.
Last time,
Flashback. It's okay. I have spares in the thing. Flashback over.
Yeah.
All right. So that means you have these guns in the trunk of your car. Well, a bunch of rifles. You tell me. A bunch of revolvers, a bunch of rifles.
I mean,
Couple rifles and a bunch of pistols.
substantial collection of firearms, whatever the
Yeah,
fuck
but how
that
much would you
means.
take with you? Are you
That's
are
the
you
point,
telling me
yeah.
that you would have an entire arsenal in the back of your car?
No,
And
no,
none
no,
left
no,
over.
no, no.
Yeah.
But like,
If you're unsure, roll the dice.
well, I mean, yeah, yes and no. Like, that's a weird question. Like, I do. If the bank owns the fucking place and I have a bunker on the bank's like
own your
what's it called?
house.
Tonte. Yeah.
Not the bunker.
Yeah. I mean,
Technically,
This is a very easy
Yeah.
way to solve this. How many guns in the back of your car? 5. Okay. How many?
Okay.
How many of those are rifles? 3 of them are rifles. 2 are
Oh,
revolvers.
shit.
There you go.
okay.
I don't know why you felt it was necessary to take that with you, but no.
Because sometimes you need
there's
to
3 other
shoot
people.
at things to kill them.
Yeah.
We have 3 other hunters.
And he's a red-blooded American. See, makes sense. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Good. Now
I'll
that we've
add that
established
to my equipment.
Yes. I mean, you probably want to give some to the others, but until you do, they're yours.
Well, I mean, yes.
They're mine now. Dual-wielding
But I-
rifles. 3rd rifle in the mouth like Zorro.
Exactly. No, I mean, I'm gonna be carrying one of the revolvers for sure, and we can argue if someone wants to carry the other one, but the rifle should stay hidden. You can't really conceal carry those. Those should be situational.
Well, you tell me if it applies here or not. Well,
What?
you,
It's
yeah.
more up to the other players. Like, they would be aware that I have weapons in my trunk. Does someone want to take the other revolver? I'm holding on to one.
I'd like a rifle, thank you.
Yes, you probably would.
I don't know about the pistol, but the rifle brings me comfort.
I mean, do you want to keep it in your own truck?
Oh yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
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 I mean, then I'll just redact one from my notes, and you should add one.
I will as soon as I'm back at the computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an M1 Garand iron sight, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what you sort of established.
Yeah, I mean that's the one that would make sense
Alright.
with the 2 pips. Oh no, you actually.
Turns out Grok doesn't even really know what to do with mouth gun. The other one was a complete mess. Oh, whatever. It's a reference point. Okay, with that done, can we finally continue the campaign where we left off?
Yep. Did we?
What do you mean, should we?
Okay, sure.
He wants to chat more.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with chatting, okay?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Hey,
we're establishing things,
We're
yo.
establishing things. Yeah, sure, we're establishing. Who else has things they need to establish?
Not much. I'm still a bit curious as to how background exposure and patron really play into this game system, but we can
Background,
probably,
exposure, and patron.
Exposure was the before the calling you were already exposed to supernatural kind of shit.
Not exactly right. Like, your first encounter with the supernatural. Okay, regardless of like hearsay. No. The calling is the moment when the supernatural world sort of you really opened your eyes to it, and it would have been a moment where you took action. So maybe you heard rumors about stuff. But
no,
one fateful night where you really had an event and you went, "Oh shit, this is actually real. I must do something right now."
No, the exposure, even the examples are literally about someone who had encountered. It's a weird background in that, because exposure is you've been exposed, but you weren't awakened yet. Mm-hmm. So you might have been a victim of a vampire or something like that, and you weren't really aware of it. But then those things started making sense once you were awakened, and you're like, oh shit, I have seen this stuff before. Mm-hmm. And I just wasn't aware of it.
Oh, yes, but specifically where the game refers to imbuing.
Yeah.
For that purpose, it is once you are in a do or die situation, you're presented with the choice: do you take this? Do you take action? Yes, no.
Trying to find the patron
which also sort of limits in a way, unless you want to play a specific different type of character, where I'm going to assume all of your characters would have taken the choice. Like, when presented with the option, they would have been the type of person who says, yeah, no, this needs to be dealt with, and I must do this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the exposure is your character had to run in with supernatural before she was imbued.
Yes.
Maybe she saw a pack of wild dogs steer through the shopping mall, or was part of a
choosing not to take was the bystander guy.
Yes.
Yeah. If you did nothing,
not to get imbued, yeah.
And it's not even choosing; you were unable to. Is also like,
sure.
Even had you wanted to, but something prevented you from acting, they just go, nope, failed. Failing grade. You were under a truck.
Yes.
Yeah.
You hid.
Yeah. But I was, with my background, it was the one I wrote was that because of how Victor likes to spend his weekends and shit, he would have had run-ins with a vampire before, until he was awakened to it, and then he would later realize that the reason he didn't really remember the evenings with that guy but walked away with money, and even though he didn't drink much, was that it was a vampire using powers to sort of obfuscate what actually happened. But my question is, is this something that can really play into it?
Yeah, like once you are imbued, you look back on stuff and
be like, oh shit. Yeah, but my thought was that could this background be used like, could that vampire also be sort of a contact? Because he is a vision, which means he isn't entirely... While he's not a merciful person necessarily, he's not also a gung-ho zealot who's like, no, everything indiscriminately must kind of die thing. And
yeah. Just as long as you have a clear picture of what the character is, that's fine.
Yeah. This is another one of those weird backgrounds where it's up to the storyteller to remember and use. When your character identifies a supernatural creature, the storyteller may make a wisdom exposure roll on your behalf to see if your character can draw upon her previous experience in regard to this new encounter. As far as your character can tell, not all monsters are the same, so some abominations may still be baffling to her. The storyteller should always ask exposure rolls in secret and feed potentially lethal misinformation after botches. So it's basically just had an encounter, a bit of pre-knowledge, but it could also be totally wrong. But it was mainly that. Would it be okay if that vampire is also sort of somewhat of an uneasy alliance / contact? Because Victor would be like, well, he didn't kill me, and so far I haven't seen him actually kill anyone. He's just hungry, and he's useful in digging up occult stuff and supernatural shit. And even though it feels wrong as a hunter, it is probably one of the best sources of information with the right kind of deal.
It's like having
you get some blood in exchange for information that you dig up for me using your contacts.
It's like cops using criminals for intelligence.
Yeah, kinda. But he uses a vampire who's like, you're super fast, you get access to things that mortals don't necessarily get access to, and you probably lived a long time, so you might have some knowledge. I let you take a snack and then you find this out for me or tell me something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for now? Or should we just go back to the main adventure? Yes.
One quick thing, when we go to the prepper bunker of Pexus, and we go inside, I'm guessing you take us all in with you. But anyway, however, we get the rifles back, and Peter looks at one of the Garans and is like amazed. First of all, like, holy crap, this is antique, almost. And he asks, like, hey man, are you licensed for these?
I don't know. Is he?
License?
What the fuck's
As
a
an
license?
ex-criminal? As an ex-criminal, I'm guessing that's a no out of character.
No.
Well, that depends. Was he a felon?
I got caught smuggling, so it's a little bit different.
I mean, depending on where was it just spending some time in jail or in prison?
Prison. Yeah.
If it's prison, then it was a felony. So.
Yes.
So license? That means you're not allowed to have guns. Okay, that is important. Just realized we have 2 criminals who aren't allowed to have guns.
Yes, indeed. And yep, that's the question. Are you licensed?
Oh, you just walked into a fucking police station earlier.
Yeah.
With guns in the back of your car.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got held up by a police.
But they never
investigated us. Yeah, but there's always the chance. It's like, they don't investigate us. We just have a trunk full of cocaine. It doesn't make it any less like high stakes.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get that. But I was like, I mean, retroactively, they didn't check us out, so we didn't have a situation where he should.
What do you mean license? That's my Second Amendment.
I mean, I'm all for the second, man, but if we get caught, you do realize should we?
I was still
Fine, we'll keep it in your car. You have
Yes,
license,
exactly.
right?
There we go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Just keep them in my trunk, and I'm the owner of these weapons. Just the paperwork, please. Please say you have paperwork.
Near Mount Carmine or is somewhere far off?
Would I have paperwork?
You mean where this particular?
Exchange is happening.
I have to imagine it would just be roadside somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't really matter where it happens. It's just
It
like
Well, it depends if it's Victor or if it's Samuel. Which
Oh.
accent should I whip out?
right. We're
So is this
probably not
before
in.
we went into the town or after we've
Before.
gone into the town? Okay.
So this is when you would be held up just by a random traffic stop
Right, okay.
and wants to see your paperwork for your car. Like, he doesn't know there's stuff in the back. He's not going to check that. He just wants to see your license and registration for your car, which I'm assuming you just have.
Yeah, completely over the counter. He's definitely licensed for rifles, no problem.
He's carrying it on his back at the time. Just clearly visible the entire time.
Because of course, like I imagine you can like carry an unloaded weapon, because you have to haul it somehow from one place to another, even empty, if you buy one. So I imagine you can like carry one, at least in a bag, but just like don't aim at anyone or anything. Don't look threatening.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
But anyway, nevertheless, Peter would never just carry a weapon casually around, because if he doesn't have any reason.
ChatGPT. Oh, kiitos. Paperwork? Not for everything. Private sales in Maine or New Hampshire don't require a background check, even today, depending on the gun.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about that. So paperwork?
Paperwork? I'm from Maine.
Paperwork?
It says here you're from Arizona, sir.
You mean you don't have but you should have paperwork for this. This is like
The rifles are inherited, right?
The grandfather.
I don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any paperwork for those. I mean, this one I bought at a gun show.
I
like-
3D printed this one.
well, geez. Well, I guess
I think there
Let's
might
just-
be paperwork for one of the revolvers, but
okay. That's a good start. Don't want to
The other
name on
ones
it though.
don't not so much.
Yeah. When he realizes the paperwork has like Pex's name in it, it's like, well, this is gonna make it worse. So let's keep it here.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I have some unlicensed. No, not unpaperworked, unmarked guns here. I check the serial
I mean-
number. Oh no, this is World War II. They probably don't even have
they were
serial
used for
Just a-
private stuff.
Yeah. They probably just have like a stamp, like U.S. Army or whatever garant, wherever garants were made.
If
They
lost,
probably
return
have
to U.S. Army
some
base.
kinda, some
Something like
kinda.
Well, it would
Anywho,
help if
yep.
one of us here knew anything about guns whatsoever, or was an American.
Yep. Boy, would that help. Anyway, it's fantasy in the end, or make believe. So, yep.
You get stopped by a gun. You get stopped by a gun.
This
He
is
gives you a
America.
police officer.
This is an American fantasy. Holy shit.
Hello, sir. You just in a traffic stop. You seem nice. Have a complimentary gun.
Have you heard the news of the gun? Anyway, yep. Yeah.
Have a free Bible inscribed on a revolver can. What the fuck is it called? On the side of a revolver. Some stupid bullshit
okay.
like that, which would actually be one of the most, hunter things ever. Just a revolver with Bible passages on the side, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. Anyway, I have the guns in my
Okay,
trunk.
great.
I have
Let's
licenses
try to
and
focus
no
on things again.
paperwork. And moving on.
Okay,
to
you have resources
location.
from my background now. I deleted them from my sheet.
Okay, I'll mark them to my trunk. Excess junk in
Noted.
my trunk.
So let's go back to the thing at hand, because I feel like we've spent a lot of time on
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
these details. So
So we take a couple days off. I go to work.
you just talk to a ghost and you take a few days off. You go to work at the sawmill. Seriously?
Well, the rest of us need. Well, we need to recover a lot. Some of us took a lot of lethal damage, so.
This is the equivalent of I got hurt, we take a long rest. Okay,
Pretty
well
much.
then tell me in detail what it is you're spending your days on. Downtime, resting a few days in town. Okay, so some of you heal faster than others.
Yep. Sure do.
For the fast healers, how much time do you actually need to heal?
Like 3 hours.
In total for the lethal damage?
I only got 1 lethal damage, and I healed that off in 3 hours.
Okay.
He's got a hastened recovery.
Who
I
needs
got
more
one
than
bruised.
that? You got one
Probably.
bruised.
Yeah. I think
I
Marcus
got
a
2,
lot.
so I'm hurt.
But you're also a fast healer, I think.
I don't know.
No. Only
What's a
me
fast
and
healer?
only Marcus and Peter are,
Okay.
because he's a judge. The Pepex's judge.
Yeah. He's judgmental.
Okay, so you've got 2 wounds. Which
She's
takes
the regular. Let's see, somewhere
health charts.
Hell. Yeah, bruised takes 1 day, hurt takes 3 days.
You're injured.
So 4 days.
Injured takes 1 week.
Wait, you had
I'm
3
hurt.
wounds? You're hurt. Okay, so 2 wounds. How long does hurt take to heal? It takes... oh, here we go.
3
Healing,
days.
downtime. Yeah, 3 days, and then 1 day for the bruised to go away.
Yeah.
So you need 4 days total.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm gonna be
The
bruised when
wounds
I go
equals
to
4
work.
days recovery.
Yeah, Bruce doesn't incur penalties, but yeah, you will
Okay.
be.
And you're the
You'll
only
probably
one
look
that
like
served
you
your-
were in a bar fight somewhere. Except this was ghost screamy hurt rather
Okay.
than
Great.
fists and.
So I have like
and you're spending that time-
tinnitus.
Spending that time working at Lumberyard.
This was like
Okay.
Wednesday, and you had work on week.
What are the
weekend.
rest of you doing?
Well, Victor's gonna at least request Peter, being the expert hunter and such, to track down this cop and
Yeah.
observe his routines.
I'm not well, sure. Okay, Hunter. That
Are you
makes
sure
sense.
you're not that character type that instructs other people what to do?
He might now.
I
He
mean,
just might now.
I think that is kind of sort of when Victor is something Victor can't do. He will definitely try and make people who can do them do it, because Victor's not really a.
Director.
What does Victor spend his time on? He spends his time convincing other people what they should spend his time on.
Yeah,
Yes.
easy.
Well, he spends that 1 day recovering, and the next he'll probably try and stake out the house to see if the ghost has calmed down.
Staking out the ghost.
Oh, yeah, the other Samuel that we enraged,
Yes, the ghost.
who was yes. He's
Right.
gonna keep an eye on that.
Okay.
Peter was already thinking of tracking down the cop who was
Tracks down. Cop,
who
you have his address, so that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. and So yeah, I track down the cup, and I also try to somehow research anything I can about. And I'm realizing this is my downtime. I try to research the how to perform exercises, because this is much more important. The
Bex can help with
research for
that.
exorcism is much
Oh,
more
you're working on the lumberyard.
important.
No,
Yep,
no,
indeed.
but exercises.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
exercises, not exorcism.
Exorcisms.
Exorcism, that's the much more important part. The secondary part is checking out the cup and like seeing the routines, being a hunter.
Okay, tracks down cop, or more specifically, probably stalking the cop. Stalking the cop and researching exorcisms on phone. All right. I'm gonna say that the lumberyard is literally just you taking your time to do that thing.
Yeah.
Next up, let's see. For Peter, roll me occult investigation as you're doing research on exorcisms.
Occult investigation. These are both abilities. Let me see. Great. Oh my goodness, 2 successes.
Okay, 2 successes. Just simple little research on your phone. Okay, so ghosts are a thing that is well known in current day, obviously. As in just a term that gets thrown around. But that also means that there's a whole lot of information about it that may or may not actually work in some way. You're pointed to some stuff: salt, iron, fire, Christian and Buddhist rituals. Often prayer is involved in some way, shape, or form. Spirit binding and various magic spells. Sound-based resonant techniques, or a much more modern version of ghost hunting gear, EMF or spirit boxes, or cleansing kits that are sold online. Now, I sort of want to link this. What exactly was your hunter type?
I am a zealot of vengeance? Question mark? Let me see. Oh no, defender. Sorry, defender. Zealot, defender.
Because I am trying to think, okay, what would your particular hunter nature and type recognize about this? Because one of the big problems is, yeah, there's a lot of information online, but which of it is real?
Yeah. My approach to things is these need to be like zealot type, so these need to be resolved. They can't be allowed to harm other people. I need to protect them, and I'm also a super pussy about like supernatural stuff. So
yes,
if it can be done at a range, I definitely try to do that first.
Right. So, because there's so much just various tidbits and whatnot, you have some successes on it. You spent some time researching, and a whole lot of it is old-fashioned, and you go, oh, that's folklore, or yeah, right, maybe something to keep in the back of your mind. Most of it seems either inconsistent, anecdotal, or unproven. True, reliable exorcisms, that work, seem to be incredibly rare, at least those that ring true to you. And the line between helping a spirit pass on versus banishing it forcefully is often blurred. As you look around, though, and look for those modern long-range exorcism things, you do once again see a name pop up of the name Orpheus.
Ooh.
Relating to experimental spirit exorcisms and spiritual trauma, providing military grade ghost work. It seems to just be an old forum post with a whole bunch of other links removed from it. But it seems that that is what the Orpheus group actually does.
Okay.
With that little bit of research in your pocket, you otherwise will find the cop just sort of stake out his home. He seems to be home and he doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Get some, food and groceries delivered to his home. He seems to be homeless. Not homeless, jobless. Or if he is, he might be working from home, but you also see him just lazing about a few times, so doesn't seem like he has a job. Next.
Lazing around.
Yep.
So, does he do anything meaningful in his spare time? Meaning, does he have any groups he attends to? Does he consume a lot of alcohol?
Yes.
Go into the internet
a lot of day
all day long?
drinking. Day drinking, and you can see him just on his computer when he's inside. You don't exactly have the ability to perfectly stalk him out or anything. With the little tidbits that you can see, you spend a lot of the time on your phone researching stuff, so...
Sure.
You were expecting him to leave his home so you could follow him to see where he went. That didn't end up happening, and you're not exactly stealthy enough in your van to... pickup truck. To just stealthily camp him out.
Sure.
But, you do some research up, you spend some time. Next up, what would Victor be doing exactly? One day recovering and then staking out to the ghost. So, I'm also going to need a check from you. Let's see, let's make it perception and occult.
Okay. So that would be perception and occult. 3 successes.
3 successes. Let's see. So, watching this building for a while, you will notice that the spike in activity that sort of blew you away, that's not really visible anymore from the outside, but the cold air that was there before, that seems to have greatly increased. The residents going in and out of the building are seen like coughing, and they can't perceive it in the way that you can, but they are visibly getting unhealthy.
Okay. And based on the outburst and Victor's expertise in the occult, I assume Victor can deduce that going in and trying to have any sort of contact with Samuel would be highly unwise and potentially lethal.
The ghost is not in a talkative mood.
Okay. Right. In his irrational mood, what are the birds doing? Are they aggressive around the building? Does that seem to affect the birds that he was controlling previously?
There are less birds around than the flock previously.
Okay, so he's losing control of those as well. Right. Well, Yep. Okay. Yeah. He will then just try and stake this out, and then inform the others that a more hastened action, as sad as it will be to not have to not help Samuel get his revenge or get his justice. The lives of the people in the house are more important. That in his current state, Samuel is doing far more harm than would be justified to people who had nothing to do with it. So he's kind of maybe at some point trying to join Peter with his own knowledge of what might be required for an exorcism for this, bringing his own expertise into the matter.
Okay. What do you think should be, checked exactly?
Actually, he might.
Maybe I tell you about the Orpheus group, and you could just follow up on that.
You're spending a few days here. You're interacting with each other a few moments. When you check back in. I don't know. Would you all just have your phones out and you're constantly messaging each other back and forth as soon as you find anything?
Probably.
How does the group really practically communicate with each other?
Highly secure channels
Signal
like
group.
WhatsApp or Signal.
No. Signal self-destroying messages.
Yeah. No, but Victor would probably risk going into the house itself, and if not into the apartment, he would try and get a visual of Samuel so he can use pinpoint his power, which allows him to well, as the name suggests, pinpoint a weak vulnerability. Or if he, we can guess that he's bound into this apartment somehow.
Yes. If you use your ability to try and study this creature phenomenon.
Yes.
You will realize that the spirit.
I need to make a roll for it, but
yes,
it's
go
can
ahead.
I get close enough? Can I get close enough to do it?
Yeah, that's a question. Can you even get close enough if you don't want to go into the apartment building? You're spending several days here. Surely you can just do it. So just roll.
Okay. So
maybe your clothes blow up.
Yeah. let's not do
magical girl transformation.
The food was so good it blew off my clothes. Let me see. Perception plus vision. Difficulty 6. 3 successes. If you get a success, your character learns a weakness about the creature. She observes impalements, unlike garlic, cold iron, running water, silver, blah, 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 or anything as the storyteller deems appropriate. The storyteller can also be elusive or vague about the nature of weakness, life, time, or control. Just because your character asks a question doesn't mean she understands the answer. Some creatures are tied to a particular location or objects. If you get 3 or more successes on the roll, your character not only knows that the creature has a lair or is attached to a specific item, she gets a vague sense of where that object/place is. Knowing a weakness and capitalizing on it are 2 different things. Turning fire on an opponent in an oil refinery isn't safe for anyone. A specific variety of ferrous metal to be used as a weapon probably isn't conveniently at hand. So, yeah, information, but not necessarily solutions.
Right. So in this particular case, you can deduce with your abilities and research and occult sense knowledge that most ghosts, this one especially, seems to be bound to specific locations. And while he seems to be able to travel between them with the help of those crows that you sometimes see going out in places, he always seems to come back. And I don't know if you would, when those crows fly out, follow them.
He would try and find as much out about Samuel as he can.
Yep. As you try to follow this, because you're spending 3 days on this.
Yep.
You would follow them and realize that they go to a graveyard. an old other home and a business building, and they just sort of seem to go back and forth between those, and also an alleyway.
Okay.
But never outside of those few locations, except if they're sort of swinging by. After doing that, seems to take everything a lot of effort, and the crows just sort of dissipate after that.
Okay, so it's apartment, graveyard, an old other home,
Mm-hmm.
an alleyway, presumably where he was murdered, and then there was some other place.
Yes. But yeah, a limited set of locations.
Yeah.
And with what you know about ghosts, those must be places that hold some value.
Okay.
Who knows exactly what those places are to him, but they must be in some way, shape, or form important to him for him to have an attachment to them.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably try and snoop around as much. Like, the alleyway is presumably where he was killed. The graveyard, he'll try to see if he can find Samuel's grave there,
Alright.
which is probably where he was
If
buried.
you have his name, so if you just take a look around, you will in fact find his grave.
Okay. Does it seem like the ravens sort of congregate close to that, or is it just
Yes.
a graveyard in general?
Yes.
Okay.
So that fits as well.
Yeah. Okay. Asking about the other older home, he will try and dig up who did it belong to, who used to live here, because we know that Samuel was a local lad.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's an old family home or something. He will try.
Okay.
Ask around.
What sort of asking? I probably can just ask around to some people like, hey,
Yeah.
what do you know about Samuel Hawkins and that house? Just give me a quick. Yeah, just give me a quick check for asking the neighbors. Like that's really the most practical way of doing it.
Yeah, he would probably try and be more subtle, like, "Oh, that looks like a lovely old place. Do you know who owns it? Who owned it? Ooh, it looks like it might have some interesting history. Blah 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 blah." Not directly like, "Oh, does this have anything to do with Samuel?" A more subtle way of.
Well, give me a manipulation subterfuge.
Okay.
Asking around.
More of a roundabout way of trying to dig up if it has anything to do with them.
Exactly.
Leading questions after
to
that, but
snoop up
not leaving a clear trace in case someone is keeping an eye on. So that's 2 successes.
Okay, 2 successes. Then they will tell you that yes, that is in fact the old Hawkins family home.
Ooh.
So that does seem to be the house where he grew up.
Does it seem abandoned now, or do people still live there?
It seems people still live there, but not the Hawkins family anymore.
Okay. Right. Yeah, but it'll mainly be traveling, like trying to keep track of Samuel and find out about the places he visits for any potential hints and tips as to why he goes there and what they are to him.
Seems good.
I imagine that'll take most of his 3 days, because wandering away too far would risk losing the trail.
Yes. All right. All in all, you get a bunch of information about how the ghost seems to behave. It also does not seem to have the ability to really go outside of these locations. At least not without some serious expenditure of whatever power it has.
Right. So it coming to Fair Valley was probably a seriously desperate expenditure of power.
That is a fair assumption.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just doing this every month, weeks, who knows. It is a set of time when it felt particularly powerful for whatever reason.
Mm.
So it could roam looking for any way to lash out to the world and attempt to reel something in.
If during those few days, does it seem like does he seem to every day fly around, or is it just one day he goes here and the other day he goes there?
You did not have
Or
enough
is it
time
like
to
a set
study
route?
any serious pattern.
Right, but during those 3 days, there is no pattern. He just seemed to fly at some point here and at some point there, but he never seems to visit. During those days, there's no time where he visits them once or more than once.
No, it doesn't seem to be the case. It's like maybe in the morning he'll check one place and then in the afternoon another. Maybe he'll only spend 10 minutes somewhere and then immediately go away again.
Yeah. But nothing where Victor would be like, if I leave a message now, he would probably see it.
Nothing
Reliably.
that structured. No, nothing that reliable.
Yeah, cool. Okay, good.
All right, with
Can't leave
that,
him a
all of
revenge
you will have
plan.
spent all of you will have spent an amount of time on this. You finish your work in the lumber yard. You maintain your wealth level, I suppose.
Okay.
Performing your job, you recover from your wounds. After that, you guys meet up again. How do you guys communicate? Like, yeah, just using your cell phones and a signal group you have in there?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
probably.
think so.
Imagine. Yeah.
It's something. It also means...
I mean, what else? Like, it's current day. Do you want me to send a pigeon?
Yeah.
Alternatively, we could just have a random, I don't know, a Reddit thread or something where we... Victor isn't computer savvy enough to think of that. He was like, I have WhatsApp.
Yeah,
Are
we
you
have WhatsApp.
computer savvy enough? Yeah. Are you computer savvy enough to have a signal group with destructive signals that maintain your privacy?
No, probably WhatsApp is the most. WhatsApp or text messages is most Victor would be able to
Well,
produce.
we have Marcus.
one
I'm
beep.
guessing yes.
I have one beeping computer.
I
don't
have
really
one
know.
flipping computer, but Marcus is the security expert here. He's just
Right.
Yeah, he probably would have. If he has.
He starts yelling at everyone about privacy and how big corporations are actually undermining every
Right, now
scrap
we have
of,
Telegram
privacy
or
you
whatever
have.
the fuck they have in US.
yeah.
Oh,
And
some
well,
equivalent.
he was the one who figured out that my laptop was automatically sending stuff to cloud and severed all the connections. So I guess
It
he
was
knows
more
something about
his friend that he called. He had a hacker friend that he called. who
Right.
did-
that was for a different thing.
Regardless of what it is exactly, it is important that we establish it, because if at some point you face antagonists that do have the ability to intercept your messages, let's say you, for some other reason, come across some huge world-ending conspiracy that you need to stop, it would be very useful for me to know how you guys are communicating in case those things get intercepted or someone steals your phone or something. Or, a ghost reaches into it and does stuff with it remotely.
Still going with the signal group with disappearing messages.
As long as it's been established. Because that also, disappearing messages also means that you guys can't look up after a while. Like, it is a one-way, throwaway message. Like, meet me at this location. And you go, what the fuck was the place? Ah, fuck, the message is gone. Resend message, please. Well, that's details and not terribly important right now. That's why it helps to use software that you're familiar with rather than something you're only tangentially familiar with. Because I don't know how Signal works in detail. Like, who the fuck
It's
actually
basically
has a
WhatsApp.
Signal group? Well, yes, but who
I do.
actually has a Signal group?
I do.
Okay, well then you tell us how it works when we're in doubt.
Yeah, it works like WhatsApp.
Well, yeah, but minus the
Which
Facebook.
is probably why
I
it's
would
not
hope.
very defended.
Well, it just sends the information to somebody else than Meta.
Yeah. I'm sure their servers are way more secure. Oops, there's been a breach. Oops, turns out everything wasn't actually destructive. Turns out the NSA just had a big finger in the pie and was watching every message in real time. Wouldn't shock me. Also means that they have so much data that they wouldn't know what the fuck to do with it all. But, doesn't matter. Either way, you guys regroup after a few days. Marcus is still off doing whatever in town, researching his own thing, because his player isn't here.
Yep.
But that means the ball is back in your court. You had some plans earlier about manipulating the ghost. I don't know if those can or can't actually happen. But let's see, who takes the lead? Of fucking course it's Marcus, who's not here.
Yeah.
Alright. Vex takes the lead. What do we do, old man?
I made good money this weekend. What about you?
Well, I figured out where Sammy Boy goes to visit. I found his old family home, the alleyway where he was killed, the graveyard where his grave is, and then, of course, the apartment. There were a few fixed locations. Also found out that we kind of have to act soon. His rage is contaminating the entire building. People are getting sick. So...
Oh. Yeah, that's not good.
Waiting for him to calm down and get revenge on the cop might not be the best course of action at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was thinking, did you guys figure out a way how to get it closed? Like, we can probably just shoot it. I'm pretty sure I can't just hit it.
No.
Like sprinkles of fairy dust or something? Any ideas?
We really need to get rid of that thing before it starts hurting the innocents. So, you know what? I ordered a spirit box already.
What?
Did it work?
A spirit box. Haven't you heard of it?
Maybe.
It's
a Canadian band?
What the heck is... No. What the heck? It's a thing you speak into it, and it shifts frequencies so that you actually can hear sometimes what they're saying, the spirits.
Oh.
It's not that useful for this one particularly, because we've already established a connection, but for future proof. Anyway, distracted.
You're telling me
yes,
that
you're getting
ordered,
distracted.
Yeah, you're telling
Let's
me
focus
Peter
on
ordered
these
a bunch of
ghosts,
stuff
alright?
online, right? Like he was researching stuff and you just saw stuff on Amazon like, oh, that seems useful, order. Oh, that seems useful, order.
Yeah, basically he has a bunch of stuff like an authentic crucifix from, I don't know,
okay, hold
bit
on.
of asparagus.
Did he buy this stuff because it was sponsored by fellow YouTubers? Is his next video going to
or did he buy this because his advertisement cookies recommended this for him?
Probably the cookies is the question. The answer.
Like, you bought these, you might also be interested in completely authentic crucifix.
Yeah, he does seem like the person who...
Blessed by the Pope himself.
Okay.
Yes, who buys in Amazon and recommended for people who buys like you, and just like, ooh, and ooh, and ooh. And suddenly he has like $78 more stuff when he tried to buy something for $12.
I mean, Peter doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's really pinching pennies.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a bad idea, but still, okay, you have a bunch of exorcism stuff that may or may not do anything at all that you've ordered and which will be delivered to what? Where?
To a poste restante place, just a post office in this town we're in.
Okay.
I guess it's arriving and it's like, it's coming in
5 to 6 business
day
days.
or two.
Yeah.
A day or two at this point. probably. But anyway, the point is, I actually, sorry, distracted. What I found out is there's the Orpheus group. Remember that? It popped up. They seem to have knowledge on this. I don't. Could they be good guys? Maybe fellow hunters, sorts. Because they seem to know stuff from the stuff of exorcisms in general.
Well,
So maybe we could find an ally.
it's hard to tell.
So what you're saying is you figured out nothing. Well, we blow up the place and we ride. We did
Can't
some.
do that. There's people working there.
live there.
Just
Yeah,
pull
it's
the fire
people's
up.
house.
Yeah, we set up a couple of jerry cans. We pull the fire alarm, and boom, bada bing.
So they'll be
The
homeless.
space where the ghost inhabits is gone. The ghost is also probably gone.
Not really. So you're telling me you're gonna blow up the graveyard, you're gonna blow up his old family house, you're gonna blow up the entire alleyway where he visits, and you're gonna blow up this building because he's got at least 4 spots that he's tied to. So unless you
Oh,
destroy them all,
okay,
like,
then
just told
okay,
you
I'm
there are
sorry.
places where he visits. Those are the.
I
things
thought you
that
were
find
talking
him.
about the police. All right, I
Oh,
misunderstood.
well, I mean, we could blow him up as well. I guess that would, if he gets justice, he might calm down and be gone. But personally, not too opposed to that because he's a murdering fuckhead. But
Right, the cop. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, he seems like a. I think I've heard the term "nothing" at some point.
yep.
But yeah, he's like not employed, and I
No, we knew that.
think he's just getting drunk, watching porn all day, something. He lives in address.
123 bad guy lane.
You're a hunter, right? Good with your sniper rifle shit.
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
Great. Well, can you line a shot and just put a? But we're the outsiders. If that happens, we've been asking questions about him. They're gonna.
Yeah, we can't just fucking outright kill somebody. That's
Well,
not how.
Didn't stop him from doing it to a kid.
Yeah,
just
that's
ask
why
too
we're
many
fucking
questions.
thinking about this. I don't want to be on that somebody else's shit list for this. So no, I'm not shooting at.
Well, you just
some
said
random
he's
Yahoo.
he's a lone loser who's just sitting in his own house. So it's not like anyone's gonna miss him.
I mean, he might have some online friends. I've heard that happens
We'll be
sometimes.
fucking do. Since when were online friends real friends anyway? You never met him.
Haven't you heard of what's it called? The group? They like, they hunt people like bad people online and even do stuff against corporations. But started with an A or something. The group. Anyway,
No,
they
not
have like a
really.
hoodie.
Sure. Ain't really my stuff. But I mean, unless we get ourselves I can try and see what I know about exorcisms and shit. I mean, we could try with the Orpheus group, but it seems like they've already tried and failed. So it's not like they're that reliable.
The post wasn't that old, but it was old. Wonder if they're still around.
Well, I mean,
Where did
remember
we-
the file we found in Samuel's apartment about that
What?
exorcism suit? So, and even Samuel said they tried and he fucked them up.
Right, we did find stuff like
Yeah, in
recent
his
stuff.
apartment.
So they're active still, right?
Yep, they've tried and they failed.
I know, but at least we could ask what went wrong.
Sure, if you can contact them.
Yeah. So there must be a paper trail, right? I really should take a point of either bureaucracy, because he's always about papers and stuff. Sorry, out of character,
You
but I
do
just
seem
realized.
to like that, yes.
Yeah, I should have at least 1 point in that one. Next XP chunk, I'll dedicate some.
But yes.
I still haven't used my previous XP.
I did.
I don't know what
Either
I'm
way,
hoarding it for, but yeah.
Either way, you have a few different ways to approach this problem and a few different leads. You tell me which thread you want to pull on and how.
Mm.
What if the Orpheus group came to the cup? Mr. Hawk or whatever,
The what?
Huffington, Huffy,
Right?
whatever that might be.
Well, you know what might buy us more time? If the Orpheus group is really, in case they ain't exorcists entirely, in case they are hunters like us, maybe they can pose as health inspectors and just go, nope, this building's full of mold and shit and it's making people sick. You gotta evacuate. That'll buy some time so people won't be dying actively with Sammy Boy being all enraged and stuff.
Well, then you would need to contact them somehow.
Yep.
Currently don't have anything resembling leads on that. Not that
Did-
you
didn't
couldn't
you
research
say you-
that if you put time into it, but who knows?
Didn't you say you went to the house? Anybody know anything about the inspector types? Did you ask around?
The what?
Who?
Like, you know, maybe the neighbors know something about weird people coming around asking the similar kind of questions we do.
Well, I didn't go inside. I just watched it from outside and saw people coughing and getting worse. Just in 3 days.
So maybe that's another avenue to explore.
Sure, if you want to go in there.
So what you're saying, the people are catching a cold and it's spreading
No.
people who know each other? Well,
No, what I'm saying is anyone who lives in that building is rapidly growing sicker, and it's way faster than a cold.
But that doesn't even, whatever that might be. I'm more interested in in getting contact to the group. Maybe somebody saw a car, right?
Sure, use your online magic. Just go, oh, well, hey, fans, anybody know anything about Orpheus Group? If Orpheus Group's here, you want to hook me up? I want to talk about with you guys. I might have a thing, you know.
I don't want to seem like a
Beggar.
nut job on the online. My channel has a reputation of not being
Sure.
like completely fucking insane and
Yep.
hunting any unnatural things in online, you know. I mean, I did post about that fellow YouTuber that got lost, but that's just missing persons. This is something completely different. I'm not risking my channel and livelihood for this.
Maybe
shit.
you can use your computer savvy. Oh wait, that's not you. Maybe you can Maybe you can ask your editor. He seems to know shit. Maybe he could
Really?
check out the internet for Orpheus Group. Yeah.
Come on, Eric's not. He's not the favors kind of guy. He does stuff for me.
Look, don't tell him you're looking for a supernatural shit. Just go, oh, I heard this Orpheus Group. I heard they're good at hunting stuff. So I wanted to see if we could do a collab.
Mm-hmm.
I know people post weird things there about exorcisms and stuff, but I'm in a rural ass end of nowhere town. They definitely been working here, so they seem to be like a proper, genuine hunting company, but just can't find no contact.
Really shows you don't know Eric.
Nope.
He ain't the
kind of guy I would usually go for, so
he's gonna just, hang up on me. There's no way he's listening to any of that shit. No, he's what?
Well, I guess he's your editor. He's
not the kind of. Sorry, I just find this so amusing.
You talk to the editor briefly, that's not the sort of relationship you have with him.
Definitely, and like. Eric's definitely not baptized into any weird shit, nor does he even like fucking Peter.
That's why I said don't. Oh, he doesn't like Peter. Okay.
Yeah, he's like he's on the edge of fucking giving up the contract. But yeah, that's like out of character stuff. Like it's just so funny for Peter, because Peter's like, yeah, we don't have that kind of relation.
We don't like each other. I just pay him.
Yeah, it's business only, and even then, it's like wobbly the relationship. But yeah. So unfortunately, sorry, but Eric's out of it. And my channel's out of it. so can't use that part of my life. But maybe go beat cop. Just ask around on the
I
street.
mean, what?
Neighbors. Just ask neighbors about.
Oh, sure. I mean, I suppose they might have seen, but I don't know if they know the contact information any more than anybody else, unless they
No,
came
but
in
if
with
they-
a marked van.
Yeah, exactly. That. Yeah. Now you're thinking, right? We should definitely go like mark the trails and start checking any paperwork.
I got a better idea.
Hmm?
Why don't we wait until Samuel's fucked out of the apartment? We slip in, we get the folder with Orpheus Group's information, and see if we can't find nothing in it.
What?
Start
Yeah.
there.
Samuel moves around the town, so we wait until him and his little birdies go away and visit one of his haunts, and we slip into the apartment and try and steal the Orpheus Group folder that they left behind with the information about the suit.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Or
Number
we could
one,
just
do
go
that.
to the graveyard. I mean, where he's buried, and blow up
You
his
can-
bones.
Yeah,
I mean,
he seems to
I'm
be
pretty sure I saw it on a TV show once. It might work.
right, but he's tied. He's not permanently there, so he seems to be tied to multiple locations.
I mean, it might still work.
Wait, you saw Supernatural too? Oh man, have you seen all of it?
No.
I love that show.
So
The next 6 hours, they have a conversation about them loving the show.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I can so identify with Dean. Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah, because I can imagine these guys finding, like, if they'd find time or to watch shows, they'd be like, oh my goodness, yes, a protagonist
Nah,
I can actually
I don't have
identify
to give you-
100% with.
I think I've just seen clips.
Anyway, yeah. Well,
So we're gonna break
look at
into a
Pex.
policeman's house.
No.
Looking at Pex,
Well,
Peter's
no.
like, so
No.
so you got the eyes for the supernatural? So you check
Right.
when Samuel fucks off, and then we kind of sneak in, right?
Oh, right, you're looking
And-
for the Orpheus papers, the ones that you have a
Yeah, the
picture out
papers.
of on your
Yeah.
phone.
That's completely documented on my phone, indeed. There
know
might
what?
be some markings, like we could like use
How about you go through those
a
papers of
black
yours
light
first?
and stuff.
Are you telling me he hasn't?
Yeah, he has it.
Yeah, we
Oh.
took some time to document the actual
Are you telling
folder.
me he hasn't gone through those documents in detail?
Doesn't
He
sound like it.
probably,
it's
he
Peter.
probably would have, but it's Peter, so he might have just.
Yeah, let's make sure we get these mysterious
Split the
documents
mind.
for later and not in any way, shape, or form go over them. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is
yeah,
how
I would
Peter
please
do.
start with that, okay?
as Pex mentions it, even Victor turns to you and says, "Wait, you got pictures of them?"
You help me take him. But yeah, I do.
Well, I helped you
thought,
dig through everything. We didn't
gonna-
really pay attention to you taking
Anyway,
pictures. Like,
let's not start pointing
Yeah.
fingers, all right? So,
what? No,
what's the role?
No, that's just for me for checking something.
If people are listening in.
All right, so let's. Here they are. Magically, I plug in my phone to the laptop, transfer the files over because that is a thing I can do with my computer. Then we can
I mean,
actually
you know,
look
you-
at a big picture.
Sure. Do it like that.
Mhm.
Okay.
For a while, he forgets. He's like, "Where's the phone? Oh yeah, need to open my phone and say, select transfer files."
He is just completely computer illiterate as a YouTuber, and
It's
Even
a
I've
miracle
heard
he-
of Dropbox, like, come on.
Everything was set up by his editor.
Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. It's a 50-50.
See,
if
you have,
Peter
you have
emails
duplicates
himself,
right now. You have duplicates right now.
Why am I
Let's
running out of
see.
phone storage? Same YouTube video like 30 times.
Yeah. On a 1, he still emails himself stuff. Yep, he does.
Oh
He's
no!
just that kind of dude.
You mean you guys don't do that?
So you're the kind of guy who whips out their phone to take a screenshot of this monitor.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And yep. If somebody uses like Windows Shift S and starts just dragging a box,
That's
he thinks
magic.
it's black magic. What the fuck is that? What? How did you even?
That is so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. I just, like, while we were talking here, I just actually made a picture depicting that because in our World of Warcraft Discord channel, we have people uploading, like, gear check stuff, and they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, of course.
So I made, let's put it into other. So I just actually made this like fucking 15 minutes ago or so.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm the smartest thing that's ever been alive. Or is that the amount of tumors you have in your brain to actually be that literate with computers? Oh.
Hold on.
Okay, let's go through them though.
I prefer using the snipping tool myself.
It's. I mean. No. I mean, no.
Yeah, no.
It's just so much easier with one hand. Ding, 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 and I'm already dragging.
It is the snipping tool. It's just a shortcut.
It is
the snipping tool.
shortcut for the.
These days it's the same thing, but still, making a screenshot of the screen with your phone is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not ideal. Okay. Computer illiterate Peter aside, does that mean you then go over documents again with a fine-tooth comb? So whoever isn't computer illiterate and can just look at some fucking documents properly, one person give me perception investigation.
I'd be so good at that. Sorry, guys.
Oh, not me.
Okay.
Can I do computer intelligence?
Sure. I think you have like 6 for that, or 5.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just one. Barely scratching the surface.
Just one success. You find a name.
Would you like to? Would you like to use willpower?
Nope.
To make it a second. Okay,
Would you
on.
like willpower to reroll something? So yes, you will find a handle of sorts at Daria C. But you're not entirely sure what sort of handle it is. Seems to be a name, Dariuk.
Oh, wait. Not sure if we can trust these people. Remember the message that Samuel Sanders?
Nope.
Daria
Definitely not.
lied. Kept trapped between here and there. He killed Samuel still watching. Door is opening. Cold case in Mount Carmine. Daria lied.
There's a Daria light and it's a Diriac. So
Oh, right.
is it supposed to be
enough.
Diria or Daria?
Maybe it was a typo.
Okay, it's supposed to be Daria.
That's me typoing.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so Daria C. Yep.
Or alternatively, she also has no computer skills, and she misspelled her own name when she was making the account.
So
Daria taken. Daria C taken. Daria taken. Daria C. Fuck work.
Daria C 123 exclamation mark.
Yep. Daria _C. Please work.
Our lawyer company is the best in the land. Unfortunately, when it came time to find a web domain, absolutely everything else was taken. That's why you can find us at clownpenis.org.
No. Clownpenis.org is definitely taken over. Anyway, yeah.
.gov.
Even better. So Daria C, huh?
yep.
Daria lied.
Yep.
What do you do with
No
this new
connection.
tidbit of information?
Peter has like.
Well, that's not gonna help us exercise Ghost. Useless.
Well, it gives us whatever the. It's probably a Twitter handle.
Yeah, let me look it up. Check if anything pops up. I'm still leaning towards just blowing the place up.
The cup.
Well, no.
Which place?
Probably the wherever the bones are buried right now.
Graveyard?
Yeah.
Would I
Leaning towards
know-
that one.
Would I know if destroying a body?
I mean,
of
the
a
apartment.
ghost-
The apartment would probably be a good bet as well.
Would Victor know if destroying the ghost's original body have any impact on the ghost itself? Especially someone who seems to be tied to at least 4 locations.
That is certainly a question.
Could
You know
take
what,
out one of his places.
Roll the appropriate knowledge for it.
Okay, intelligence occult.
Do
Yeah,
we need
it's
to
fine.
burn 4 different places to get rid of the ghost?
Do we need to destroy this town to get rid of the ghost?
Luke, the
one
hero
success.
saved the town. Everything's burning.
You don't think destroying the body would do that.
Hmm.
Like, it's a ghost. If it was tied to its body, well, maybe if the body was buried in a certain place, then, you know, but even then, that would be one place, and it would still be buried there officially. It would just be ash instead of a body.
Yeah.
So
I don't think
you
so.
don't think so.
Yeah. If we did that, I mean, if it was a zombie, maybe, but it's not tied to its body. It's more tied to locations important and involved in its death, or that were important to it. So unless we destroy like 4 places in this entire town, even then, it might not have the impact because those would be rubble, but they'd still be there. So unless we can entirely erase them from existence, I don't think just destruction and blowing shit up is going to help. We need some sort
Not
of
up for killing
exorcism.
a police officer either, so...
I mean, he's already a murderer.
Well, luckily we have some items coming along helping us.
The spirit
I-
box?
Well, yeah. I started ordering a spirit box. Then there was like a crucifix, I think, and there was there's some incense. Yeah, definitely some incense in there. And
Can you show me where you order those from?
Amazon. What else?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What address?
I used my my account, of course, but don't worry, I diverted from my home address to this town's place, the post office. Yeah.
We gotta sit here and wait for that at least.
You all
Yeah,
go to the
definitely.
post office with your truck and just wait there for the mail to show up.
Yeah.
No. So we do have stuff coming that might help. But in the
Actually, no.
meantime,
Waiting in the truck makes too much sense. You're either waiting in the Honda Civic or the carpet.
Probably the Honda Civic. Even in his more hillbilly get up, Victor will not get into the carpet. He's like, no.
No,
You still have standards.
Pex is getting desperate by the research that these guys have done, and I'm gonna do some of my own research.
Sure.
Fast
What?
Google on how to get rid of ghosts.
what? The person with intelligence is doing research?
Sure.
Shit.
Hey, Victor has intelligence.
Yeah, sure.
He just universally applies it, only in a very specific direction.
Well, he has,
Which is intelligently
well, he's got
covering
intelligence.
or veiling the insults.
Well, intelligence. He's got intelligence 3.
Either way. Patrick, roll your thing.
And you've used it, don't worry, I'm joking.
I was like,
What is my thing, though?
Well, you
No.
want to do research online about ghosts while you're waiting for the Amazon delivery.
Yes,
right?
yes. So it's what do I roll?
Computer's investigation.
Ooh. It doesn't allow for something like that.
Oh, right, because it's like the fuck. I keep forgetting what the
Those are
combos
two.
are on this thing.
Those two are yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Intelligence computer
Attributability.
or
All
intelligence.
right, so let's
investigation.
go with intelligence computer.
Okay.
Because
No
you're just going
modifier
on the internet
difficulty
searching for
6. Wow.
Yay!
One success.
Consistently one success.
Yeah, you end up finding stuff very similar to what Peter was finding, which is that there's answers all
Spirit
over
boxes.
the place. Yeah, the spirit boxes. Yeah, get this little wooden box with a hole in it, and you put your finger in it. It's a finger box, and it's supposed to ward off spirits. And you don't know what the fuck it does. But apparently, it's all the rave on Reddit.
It's a popcorn box with a hole. You put a finger through it, right?
Yeah, I did write down last time. What does Victor know about exorcism rites?
Yes.
Because he does have a cult, which is why he was like,
a skill.
yes, which is why I was like, well, where did you buy them? So he could verify maybe what does he know about rituals? Are there some wards and something we could use to get closer without him hurting us? Is that something he would know based on his digging into occult and shit?
Not based on the insight you have, but depending on one thing, Pex was a judge, right?
Yeah.
Right. That means you probably have access to specific edges rather than just fast healing. Whether you have Burden, Glare, which allows you to, I believe, stun someone or something.
Yes.
And Discern,
Yes.
which is
He used discern
Blindsight.
last time, so we
Yes.
could see it. Yeah.
those are two abilities that you have.
Yeah. Like, would it be
Let's
possible
see.
to
All right.
craft a ward, a ritual pamphlet thingy or something like that based on Victor's knowledge? Like ashes and salt and...
Okay, based on the stuff both of you have researched at this point, you're sort of just floundering and forced to try stuff.
Yes.
Like, you have a big box full of various things. Salt, crucifixes,
Yes.
ritual circles.
So what we're going to do is
Chalk.
we're going to go buy the best earplugs that we can find.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep it burdened, and you're just gonna chuck holy water and your crucifixes and your spirit boxes at the thing.
I was more thinking about forming a ritual circle around it and performing a ritualistic exercise.
I mean, that works as well.
But we need to have the proper materials for it.
What are the proper materials?
Well, that's what I'm waiting for the story to see if I know about them from the storyteller.
You don't know exactly which the proper materials would be, but you have a big box full of materials as soon as the mail
Sure.
arrives.
Right.
Quick check. Does the mail arrive today? Or have you just been sitting here all this time? Is it a success? Yes. All right, mail arrives. The mailman manages to
Ding,
fucking
ding.
arrive on time. Ding, ding. Here's your Amazon packages, sir.
Weirdo shit.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We deliver weirder stuff every single day. As he takes another box labeled Bad Dragon. Like,
Yeah.
another one.
It's not a Jesus-shaped vibrator or anything.
Like, okay, you're in some watch lists now, but not the worst ones. You're not in the ATF watch list already, are you? That breaks a sweat. Anyway,
No. Me? No. Besides, the ATF can't do shit without a warrant.
I'd imagine all of these are coming for a party, like a theme party, except every single one of the Amazon names of the items said in caps authentic, can actually really works stuff.
Actually,
So,
you look closely, and it's the brand name, Authentico. Does that mean it's real? It's better than real. It's Authentico. But much of the stuff can't really go wrong. It's a box of salt, exorcism grade, a bunch of quote-unquote holy candles, blessed holy water, blessed by, and then a photo of the priest, Priest San Domingo in Vatican City.
Okay,
Can I,
San
in
Domingo
any
is my
way,
next
shape, or
character.
form, verify if... I guess there's no way of verifying if these are actually...
Fuck it, roll me perception occult. You take a big swig of the holy water and go,
Oh, but well, I
this
think
tastes
because
like holy water.
like this is one of those skills that he is really into. Like occult is
That
really
seems
his
fair.
thing.
Yeah,
So
not
he's
bad.
like
What do you
he
roll?
would have probably tried to. Okay, one success. Always I can't believe there's so many ones just eating away at the successes here when scrolling up.
Yeah, it's the
But
danger
still,
of rolling many dice, but you know,
it is. But at
many
least
dice
it means
more
it's
gooder than few dice.
it's one success.
Eh.
It's one successful.
Okay, but that means that you discern that these items are at the very least sort of what they claim they are.
Adequate enough.
Yeah, you
for an
don't
emergency.
know if being sanctified as a candle really adds anything or what that even really means, but they're not bullshit candles. You know, you light them, they act like a candle.
Ooh, as a desperate measure, can Victor starts going through the sketchings that we found that he made from William Sumner's house.
Yes.
There were runes for containment, spell runes for containment and shit like that. And he tries to puzzle out if he could potentially combine them to create a containment circle of some sort to temporarily bind Samuel so that he won't be able to, he would be contained in one spot so that if Peck stuns him, we could maybe craft a temporary containment spell of some sort to hold him there.
Well, with the materials that you now have, you would, if you had a few moments, you know, let's say a minute or whatever, you would probably be able to redraw this stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you see Victor start hastily, he's like, oh, paper or something, and he starts scribbling out notes like chalk and salt, and then draws one of the runes and is like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. And he starts explaining to you, like, I found these in the house. These were containment runes to contain the meadows inside William's house. We can probably use one of these, make a containment spell to stop him from moving, so long as you can keep him stunned. and he seems super excited at this prospect as he's like, oh, we get to use some real shit.
Yay, magic!
Yeah, yay, actual supernatural stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
whether or not that works will
enthusiastic.
depend on the moment, but
Yeah. He's enthusiastically
something.
narrating to Pex and Peter as he's drawing a battle plan.
Yeah, I do feel I do have to keep my gaze on it, and that also could break. Like,
Sure. That's why we're going to draw these. You keep it stunned, and we'll probably need a minute or two. And we're going to try and draw this thing to contain it.
I don't think you have minutes.
I mean, is that the plan you want to go with? Like,
It's the best we got.
I mean, you have lead with Daria, you have lead with cops,
True.
you have more of town you could explore potentially,
That is true.
or you can just brute force the ghost, I guess.
It's true. I just don't want to trust Daria because we were warned that she lied. So they might not be the kind of exorcists we think they are. Maybe they're hunting ghosts, but whether they want to send them or whether they are behind killing him and they wanted to ensure that no hunters or anyone they know would be able to talk with the supernatural would catch up if they leave a ghost running around.
Well, based on those scenarios, maybe you can think of a scenario how you could approach them that can account for that. Or some other way. Because the question is, do you actually have a way to exorcise the ghost? You think you might.
Yep.
But last time you talked to the ghost, you were on semi-good terms, and then things exploded in a fit of rage when it...
we had nothing to do with
new
that.
Information
Really.
finally, but that wasn't particularly aimed at you. You were just sort of caught in the blast.
Right.
Yep.
And if you go back and exercise it, then that goodwill's going to be gone.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, and normally
That's
Victor
why we
would-
need earplug.
I don't think it's the I don't think it's the noise that's really hurting. It's the rage that it exudes. It's its power, not just noise.
But if we can't hear it, how can it hurt us?
Yeah,
Right.
magic requires
Yeah,
that you
same
hear
with
it,
guns, right?
Yeah.
I don't hear the gun going bang, so therefore it cannot hurt me.
Right.
What's this goopy stuff coming from my chest? Deaf people are immune to guns.
Yep. At least I didn't go deaf when I died.
So does the ghost? Did you said you followed it into multiple locations? Was it teleporting?
No, it was using the birds to fly.
Right. Okay.
So those are kind of like its buses or a car, if you want to think of it like that.
Buses. It's
well,
so poor. What?
It possesses a bird and flies with it. So it's like a car, maybe, because there's only one ghost in it. But I mean, you kill that bird and it's just going to take another one.
I'm sorry, are you describing him possessing a flock of birds as him driving a car around?
Or taking a bus.
Yeah, he's trying to dumb it down to these two to make it as mundane as possible instead of trying to go explaining occult shit using magic terminology. So it's like, okay, what would these two manly muscular men most likely liken it to? You guys like cars. Okay, it's like he's taking a Raven car and driving around the place. But no, blowing that car up doesn't stop him. He has a whole garage full of bird cars.
What if we
So
just kill all the birds in town?
Let's get some wind. What are those called? Like wind energy.
Surround his
Turbines.
home with wind turbines.
That'll blow the birds up.
Yeah, it's like airborne. Like what's it called when you have a what the cops use? put the chains on the road to
Sure.
pop your tires, right?
Look, anyway, no, he's not teleporting around. He's using the birds he possesses to fly around. Okay.
Okay,
All
just
right,
making
all right.
sure.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever used a bus?
Yep.
Wow.
Probably.
I've heard.
Wow,
I-
I've
I
heard
need-
of the
At
bus.
least,
I
at
need to
least
get-
once.
I need to ask, what's it smell like? I've heard some stuff, and I'm not sure.
Usually smells better than you, probably.
Sorry?
Usually smells better than you, probably.
I don't have BO, do I? Like, yeah, I know.
I imagine you
survival
do
stuff, but-
after a week in the woods.
Yeah, but that's like,
Right.
Not
Which is
always,
where I
right?
mostly see you. So.
yeah, but
So
dude.
it probably smells better than you do most of the time when you're in public.
But for now,
Not that
yeah,
bad.
Hold
I
on.
showered yesterday. Is it okay?
Sure.
Oh, good.
Hold on. What is Peter's charisma? 2 points.
Mhm.
Appearance 4 points, but after that, I'm gonna have to say that yeah, that charisma is probably. If the smell ever comes up, then we're gonna have to factor that in now.
Like sometimes he's luckily most of the times he comes from the forest or any kind of survival trip. He has burnt some stuff. Like his clothes
So it would
probably
smoke
smell
and
more
sweat.
smoke than the sweat only.
Yeah.
So there's at least that masking the.
And I imagine he
rules.
also takes swims and shit like that. So
Well, hey, did anyone
Yeah,
actually talk to the
hygiene.
cop?
no, we haven't talked to him. We've
why?
we've just stalked him.
Okay, let's jump in the car. Okay, let's
Well, I
go
just
talk
asked
to the
to
cop.
Okay.
find out what he does.
Let's go
He's the
and
police.
show our
He
faces.
probably polices. Okay, let's go ask some questions.
No, he's a
He's
retired.
unemployed.
He's a retired
Unemployed.
unemployed loser who just sits and wanks in his home now and drinks
Oh.
alcohol.
Gets
well,
drunk during
even
the day.
better.
Sure. Well, that's your job. You're a big, manly, muscly man, so why don't you go talk to the probably formerly big, well, it's still big, but formerly muscly man.
I mean,
I think like I almost said
What am I
you're the
supposed to-
information gathering kind, but you're more the carry 2 jerry cans into the It's like
100%.
I've already made my judgment. Now I just have a few questions before I burn you.
Sure.
Oh my goodness! Like, sorry, so like Star Trek Cardassians. We already know you're guilty. Now we just have to find out why you are guilty.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, tangent off.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, sure, that's a great idea. We could go and talk to him. Maybe his alcoholism is because he's sad that he had to murder someone and break the law.
Yeah.
But maybe he knows something about the Orpheus group. Maybe he's bitter
Maybe he's
and wants
part of it.
vengeance himself for someone blackmailing or something.
All right. So
The chief
off
did
to-
say that it seemed odd that he just quit a few. He seemed to think he's still working, so that seemed a bit odd enough. Now that I think about it,
All right. So
seems like he
off
just
we
quit.
pop. What? How are we gonna approach this? Get all nice and friendly, or
I'll just knock on the
fire
door and
and
ask.
brimstone?
I'll say there's a ghost in town and it's making people sick, and it's apparently the guy that he killed.
Okay. When
Excuse
when
me?
in doubt, go with whatever Victor suggests.
No,
Sure.
Victor's sort of like Pex. This is your job.
Okay, well, Pex, you're in charge.
Yeah.
So Vic
Describe
first.
what it is the
Yep.
group does before we get stun locked again.
Yeah, we drive up to the address of the police.
Okay.
We walk up to the door and we knock loudly.
Okay. Okay.
What was his name?
Anthony Huff.
Huff and puff. The anthem.
So let's see the old home in town on the outskirts. The house is neglected and deteriorating, with the yard overgrown. A stale smell coming from the inside. The atmosphere feels angry and haunted, not so much by ghosts, but by Huff himself. You knock on the door. What would his response be?
Bang, bang, bang.
Lucky Luke.
As I knock on the door, I'm just going to start blasting.
Not that kind of bang, bang, bang. Just knock.
Bang, bang, Lucky Luke.
WWHD.
You will quickly see a curtain twitch. Someone seems to have taken a look at you. After a few moments, there will be a gruff voice from behind the door. Like, what do you want?
I'm looking for a former police officer by the name of Anthony Huff.
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, there was a case that you were investigating. I'd be looking into. I would like to ask some questions, maybe gather some information.
Give me a manipulation empathy.
You empathetic old grandpa.
Oh. It's a 0?
That's a 0. And
What a
he's like,
bunch, then.
that's all formal stuff. Go to the police station if you have questions about that. I'm done.
Yeah,
here
no,
now.
it's about the spirit that keeps haunting the place.
I don't know anything about that. He sounds panicked, though.
From the guy you killed.
I don't know anything what the fuck you're talking about.
I tried the door.
It's on a chain.
Like a full tackle.
Full tackle, didn't you want to break the door down?
Sir, I know what you did that summer.
Alright, where's my intimidation? Is that a thing?
It
Yep,
is.
intimidation is a thing.
Ooh.
Ooh, one success.
You're rattling the door, and he will sort of let slip. Like, look, it's a long time ago. I don't know anything about that anymore. Just leave me alone.
Hey, I caught you. You said you don't know anything about it anymore. You know something then. At least that you did. And he looks.
People are getting
so
sick.
fucking impressed by.
This is not about you. This is about people getting sick in town. We want to help.
There is some silence for a moment. You hear a someone who hasn't rolled yet. Give me Peter. Give me a perception.
Okay.
Perception
I was-
firearms.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm so good at that. But yeah, I was just gonna say I'm about to start moving, circling around the house to see other ways in. But let me see if I check something before I go. 4 successes.
Yeah, no. He just grabbed a heavy revolver, probably a Colt Magnum 44.
Okay. He went rogue. Hit the deck. And I'm guessing Pex has enough like experience about this, but I first push Samuel aside like violently. It's not a it's a save your life kind of push. Like as your life depended on it, I push Samuel around aside and start running around the house to the other side.
Samuel.
Samuel,
Victor.
aka Victor.
Victor's real name is Samuel. So
yeah, all right.
yeah.
It's a,
yeah,
it's not on the
yeah,
thing.
which is why I'm using Victor, even though he is walking around as Samuel at the moment. But
Sure, sorry, because
confusing.
I
yeah, no,
I'm trying to imagine myself
Yeah.
them as two different characters.
Yes,
and
but that does make it
there's no
confusing.
resistance. He lets you shove him down to the ground.
Yeah,
But he
it
does
is
try and
strong enough
shout,
to like push you off balance to get you on the
I have
ground.
strength of 2. But yeah.
Sure.
Uh,
But it is a really tough push.
Yeah,
on the upper
and
body.
he's not resisting. But when he's on the ground, he does shout out, Anthony, there ain't no need for drastic measures. We really just need to talk to you about this. We ain't with the cops. We ain't here to accuse you of nothing, but we really need more information. Specifically about Orpheus Group and whatnot, because we really need to solve the situation in that house. People are getting sick.
Okay. You give me a manipulation empathy, but it's a difficulty 7 because some shit's already happened.
Yep. Empathy.
You try to.
Actually, can I haven't used my 4C today, which is my
Okay.
I'll need to roll the dice, which is the
Sure.
re-roll thing.
Yeah. And
So
you want to use it on this? Okay.
yeah, I need to check the pool to see how many, if any, re-rolls I get for the day.
Mhm.
But let's see, I would have it's difficulty 7 for starters. So I would have 3 re-rolls for the day.
Well, do the rerolls need to be difficulty 7? Or is that just
I need to roll a
ability?
difficulty 7 check to see if I get any re-rolls for the day.
Oh, okay. Well, you get 3
And
apparently.
then I have a pool of 3 re-rolls for the day, and I'm
Yes.
using 1 here.
Okay.
And I need to
So-
declare that before I roll.
Okay. Yeah. So you're doing that now, which means you're
Yeah,
using one of
manipulation,
these,
empathy. So
roll twice.
that
take
is
the
going to
best.
be. Oh wait, sorry. What was the difficulty for this?
7.
7 probably. So that's it's a 10.
Yeah.
So
1 success
would-
or
and then or 3 successes.
Okay.
So it rerolls and takes the better option,
okay.
as he carefully chooses his words based on the vision that he gets of potential outcomes
Okay.
for his attempt to.
After the
Pacify
kerfuffle
this
that
man.
happens in the quick panic, the door will be taken off the chain. A revolver will be aimed at you, like you're on my property.
We are.
I'm going
We
to
mean
have
you
to,
no harm.
yes.
We just
Okay.
want to come inside and ask a few questions.
He instead will gesture the gun over at the lawn chairs nearby.
We can sit outside. I understand it's a easier place for you.
He keeps staying at the door, waiting for you to sit in the lawn chairs.
Sure. Victor goes and sits down.
He lowers his
so-
gun so it's not aimed at you.
So he heard 3 voices, but he only sees 2 guys because Peter just booked it to go around the house and see an alternate way in.
He heard someone running away in a panic then.
Yeah, sure.
Right. He still seems nervous and uptight. But he will ask, okay. Apparently, something about the town. If you ask anything that I don't like, then this conversation is over. You understand?
Right. Yep. So,
Who talks?
this is gonna sound strange, but we got pretty good leads that you were somehow involved in the unfortunate covered up death of Mr. Hawkins. Who else was involved in it?
No, just me.
I-
I was the detective assigned to the case.
Right. But, he tries to choose his words really carefully. We have it on relatively good authority that you were there when he died.
Were you hired to do it? Did you have any scuffle with the kid? Because we know he was looking into some deep shit. And we understand as a cop, you might not have all the power to stop those higher up from just bending your arm and making you do stuff you don't want to do or remember afterwards. To make an example. But
he will say it very generically that, well, things happened and they got out of hand. And it's nothing as dramatic as you might be imagining. The higher-ups ultimately just decided that
he needs to go.
No, that I needed to go because I apparently didn't get along quite well, or they suspected some things, so I had the choice, either just quit or be fired. So I chose to quit afterwards. Ultimately, I probably got off lucky.
Right. So your intention was not to kill the kid, but something went wrong and he died.
Yeah, let's leave it at that.
Okay.
Have you been noticing anything weird around town lately? Like weird bird activity, stuff like that?
Yeah, you're not the first to notice.
Yep. Well. This is. Does the Orpheus group say anything? We've heard they've been busying around the town, and they've been trying to do stuff in Hawkins's apartment recently.
Yeah, like I said, you're not the first to notice.
Right.
They asked some stupid questions too.
They asked you stuff?
Yeah. And
did he say that they were asking questions?
Yeah. Like if you want answers about what exactly is happening with the birds and whatever exactly is haunting this town now, then
wouldn't happen to have any.
Yeah, you should talk to them.
Any
they
means?
tried stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't happen to have any means of making contact with these people.
Right. Like they came and they just talked for a bit.
Right. They didn't leave any contact information. No woman called Daria was with them.
Yeah, that's the lady I talked to.
Right, and she didn't leave no contact information or nothing.
No, I didn't want to.
What did she
to
say
them after that? They said that they wanted to know as much about the person as possible, and they knew a bunch of stuff that I wish they didn't.
Such as?
But they weren't pushing it, and neither should you.
Any particular reason other than this conversation ending? Would it put us in danger? Would it put you in danger?
Let's just say I wouldn't like it if you pushed it. As for that group, you can do whatever the fuck you want to them. I don't care.
Well, we kind of need to get in contact with them, but they seem rather elusive, so we were hoping you would have some contact.
I think.
How long ago was this when you talked to them?
When I talked to them, like a few months ago.
It's already been months.
2 months, I think.
You haven't seen them around town afterwards?
I did. Like that Daria lady. I'm pretty sure she's just camping out near the local diner.
Still?
Yeah.
Well, where's the local diner? Which
I mean,
building?
I don't go out that often, but and he names the diner as he points in a direction down the street.
As a player to the storyteller, is the diner something we've seen? Is it near the apartment complex? Or...
Yes.
So she's seen us.
Yep. I mean, between here and there, he killed Samuel. Still watching. Door is opening. What door? Daria lied.
Are you mumbling to yourself in front of him?
Yeah, he seems to be in his thoughts and he's mumbling the
His
phrase
mind
that Samuel.
palace.
Yeah, but he's mumbling and he much to himself, but he's repeating Samuel's message to us as he's going through the text through the
It
message.
all makes a bit more sense now.
Well, yeah, but what door's opening? What are they doing here? That don't make no sense.
They forced entry into the apartment.
Well, yeah, but it sounded like Samuel's killer was watching the door. But if he's standing here and it's Daria watching the door, then who the fuck is...
You're not making any more
door?
sense than that lady was. Look, whatever
Yeah, I'm
ghost
sorry
hunting
about
thing
that.
it is you're doing,
Did you,
I hope you can do
by
whatever
chance?
you want.
Yeah, did you by chance go anywhere near the?
Have you been watching the apartment lately where Samuel used to live? And he gives the address. By any chance? Because we got this really cryptic message back in Fair Valley that led us here and onto this case.
You're just
Like there
giving
was
me the
something.
message?
It's ghost stuff.
Yep.
Don't worry.
Yep, he's giving the
Don't
message.
stress about it. Okay.
Like he spells it out on.
He looks at the message and he will just sort of go, then look at you sort of scared.
Can I look? Okay, so I don't probably even need to
What was
roll
the
an
thing that-
empathy
entire
or insight
message?
thing to go.
I didn't write it down.
You can
What was
see
the
that he
entire message?
recognizes a lot of what's in here.
Yeah. See, we got this message when we were in Fair Valley. That's what led us here. So we're really scrambling to figure. And then we go into the apartment. It's unnaturally cold. People are suddenly getting sick. There's a shout out of nowhere. Papers about Orpheus group. Daria lie. Now we learn Daria's part of the Orpheus group. So she's doing something shady as fuck in this town.
Whatever is actually happening got way worse in the past few months since that
When
lady
the
showed
Orpheus-
up and tried doing stuff. Okay?
Right. Well, they
Before
tried
that,
to
I was
remove
just kind of
Samuel.
depressed. Now it feels like this town is haunted. So whatever she did was terrible. Okay? Go find that lady and go demand answers from her. I've been considering just finding her myself, but I'm probably just going to end up shooting her if I do that. So I shouldn't.
Yeah, you probably should.
This is gonna sound crazy, but have you considered visiting Samuel's apartment?
I
We
am
have
not
the
going
key
to
for
fucking do that.
Why not?
He pulls up the
Any
gun.
particular-
like,
Well, here
Like,
goes. Any particular
tangible
reason?
fear in his eyes.
So you know what's in that apartment.
I don't like where this discussion is going, and I think
Right,
I have
okay.
given you some very nice answers.
You have.
Oh,
you
yeah,
have.
definitely be most
But
helpful.
I just need to know how much you believe or know, because I believe we know as much as you, but it'll help avoid dancing around certain subjects if you are in the know as well.
I
understand your fear, it's
this,
terrifying.
I thought I was done with this, and that whatever was in there was just the vague memories in my head haunting me. And
about
now it turns
limbs,
out that maybe it's way
all
worse
four
than
of
that.
them,
So
and the head.
Yep. Nope. It's unfortunately.
I
it ain't.
started, I
We
start describing
experienced
the
it as-
damage
went-
inflicted on the body
Yeah,
that I
we
saw.
went in there, and unfortunately, he's pissed
well,
because he can't rest. We're trying to put him to rest, which is why we need to know as much as possible so we can get him out of town. Daria went in, tried it, and pissed him the fuck off.
she was supposed
So
to
he's
be a
really-
professional, allegedly.
Well, that's where I think Daria lied comes in. She's probably trying to do something else than put him to rest.
Well, then I think she is an excellent point of contact for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably.
Thank you for your time.
He will give you the verbal description of her. Yeah. Short lady, kind of chubby, in her 40s, dyed red hair,
Of course.
wore a blue coat.
Karen. Right.
Yep.
Hey, looking forward to that conversation.
Nope.
But
me
yeah,
neither.
wait, so you been to that apartment once?
Like I've lived in this town for years. Like I've seen plenty of this place.
Right, but that part, it sounded like you've been there before. That particular apartment
Have you-
since the
Did you get
accident.
attacked?
What? No.
Yeah, figured.
Just
It's
there,
weird.
sort of a few years ago. It was just
Right,
it was
but-
just creepy.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's taken him a few years to manifest.
No. I think we're done here.
Yes,
Thank you
I
very
think
much
we're
for your
done
time.
here.
Right.
And he goes back
Well-
inside, and you see him grab a bottle.
Yeah, and he goes, if you ever want to set this right quick, you visit that apartment. We got a key for you.
He shuts the door.
I might be in the apartment. I might have actually popped
Roll
up
stealth. Oh, for fuck's sake.
during the conversation. I wish I knew.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't tell me whether or not you're popping that out or not. So I'm assuming you're just hiding in there right now. So give me dexterity.
My man's about to get shot.
Okay, since it
Dexterity
Yeah.
stealth, I guess.
sure, and since it seemed the conversation was cordial enough, I instead of bouncing the guy, I'll just keep an eye on anything interesting in the apartment itself. That might be useful. This is Dex
in-
stealth, 4 successes.
Okay, so you're very stealthy. Also, give me a wits perception.
No, get the fuck out. Let's drag him to the apartment.
Not wits perception. Is wits perception a thing? Fuck.
Nope.
No, perception is a
No,
different
okay. Wits. It's a good one. Wits intuition.
investigation.
Wits intuition.
Intuition. All right. Yep. Here we go. It's 3.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
In a sort of hunch you get for how things are laid out, you open some of the kitchen cabinets and will just find several bags of cash money. Like in the stacked $10, $100 bill bundle kind. Like the kind used for shady dealings.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
It's hidden slightly out of sight in the cupboard, but it's also available to quickly grab and use in whatever purpose is needed. You suspect there's probably more around, but this is how a person lives if they do not want a paper trail anymore or have done a whole lot of shady stuff.
Yep.
It also
And as
probably explains why he's able to afford stuff despite not having a job. Or maybe he does, and it's just very different from what you might have estimated.
Yeah. And as the conversation seems to come to a close with my pretty good stealth, I excuse myself out of the apartment before he turns around. Trying not to leave any
Yes.
markings, but
You
know.
are stealthy, you slip out.
Yeah.
Alright.
And as we leave, I do follow like, yeah. So this guy has a lot of cash in his stuffed around. So there's something shady going on. This is like a criminal amount of cash, just hidden in a way.
Like, how much of a criminal amount?
Like a hockey bag.
Duffel
worth.
bag full of...
Oh.
yeah.
A duffel bag. That's the one. A
Like the
duffel
sort
bag
of amount of
worth.
cash that someone might have if they are either involved in or in some way linked to the drug trade.
The kind you see in Breaking Bad.
Yes,
See,
like
see that one?
No, didn't look at that.
Oh.
Nope.
What is it? These are great, great series. I really recommend. Anyway,
Right,
The
They don't get my dick
documentary
sucked.
Breaking Bad.
They don't get my dick
the
sucked by Rick Guy.
documentary Rick and Morty. What?
Sure. That one I have seen a few episodes of. Okay, that was okay.
that's a good one.
Anyway, so
Rick and
we
Morty?
learn.
Never heard of him.
You just mentioned it.
That was
Anyway.
out of
We okay. We learned that well, it kind of sounded like something big's going on behind the scenes. Samuel got nosy, didn't want to stop poking around. Things escalated. Sure, he killed him, and then he was the officers put in charge. And the higher ups, not entirely sure if it was the politicians or the chief himself who had him discharged. Kind of like, let's sweep you under the rug, otherwise, you gotta disappear too. Kind of deal. But the message we found on your laptop, left by presumably Samuel, although it's still weird that he would use his name in third person, but I guess he's a reporter, so he would know that would catch people's attention. He seemed to recognize the phrase that Samuel left behind. That got him real jumpy.
Oh, you say phrase. It's a bunch of loose words.
Yeah, but they
If you were to read a bunch of loose words and some of them are stuff you recognize, you would still be freaked out.
yeah,
why do these
it's still in
random
that
strangers
particular
have this?
order.
See, you've missed the big clue that you're supposed to word jumble these things in order. Sense.
Sure, probably. I mean that's still kind of a sense-making sentence, I guess.
Who knows, maybe.
Oh, I guess it would make sense if that is that Daria watching the door, he lied. Would make more sense in that the cop lied. Between
Wait.
here and there.
Okay.
He killed
You're the intelligent
Samuel,
guys.
lied. Daria still watching door in Mount Carmine, a cold case in Mount Carmine.
Yep.
Am I thinking it too difficult?
Yes.
If I wonder if there's something going on, like take every other word, something like that. Well, not that Peter anyway. Figure this
You
out.
can show me
trapped
where you have it
here.
written, all right?
And then we'll be trapped here, there, killed, still.
Sure, I know.
Or-
I know, but something similar to that. Could a character roll like intelligent to try and decipher this text to be
What's there
something?
to decipher? Like everything he has said just describes the situation here.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if you put it...
That's why I'm asking you to
there-
show me the note. Just can you please post out of character? Post the fucking thing.
It's
the
written in
character,
the,
yeah.
It's in the
make
log.
your notes.
It's there, but
Right.
I can still
Just pop it up.
put it
Hold
there.
on.
But
Can I
it's
put it? Just in the collective notes. Hold on. It's not
There's
in there
nothing
right now.
there.
collective notes.
Did you put it in there?
A trap between here and there.
Yeah, I can.
He killed
Coming right
Samuel, still watching
Save.
door
And there we go. Pop up.
is
There.
opening.
You see it?
Oh, I mean, if we put it like this,
No.
I'll even try to make it easier with some. Yeah, that's better.
let's. But I won't be able to move. Other people won't be able to move between.
Here we go. I even put some breaks in it, so it should be easier to check on the notes.
That didn't make it easier though. But
Okay, sorry.
What's up? Here and there. He killed Samuel, still watching door. Is opening cold case in Mount Carmine. Daria lied.
Yeah, I think I in Mount Car in Daria lied, so it could be
Missing an in.
I don't know, trapped between here and there. He killed Samuel. We could have and. Oh, I forgot to put the and.
Samuel's still watching door.
And lied. Help
Return to monkey.
help opening cold case. Daria is still watching. Daria is still watching.
Okay, I know I suggested like, oh, you got to put things in a different order. I didn't mean do it right now, and I didn't mean it forms a perfect sentence if you do it otherwise. I'm just saying don't necessarily take everything that's straight.
But
value with
it makes more sense that Daria is still watching open door, which we now know she does. He's asking us for help in opening the cold case. He killed Samuel and lied, aka the police killed Samuel and lied. Samuel is trapped between here and there because he can't move on, and it happens in Mount Carmine. So separate, smaller phrases makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
When you reorganize them, which is kind of what is the situation at the moment, as far as we know.
If you try to
Is
read
Daria
it in one
still
big
watching?
sentence.
Yeah. Is Daria still watching Mount Carmine door?
Who
No,
knows?
Daria. Mount Carmine is separate. Daria is still watching the door, as in she is observing and keeping an eye on Samuel's apartment.
Don't worry too
Which means
much
she
about
has
it.
seen us.
You've got
Yeah,
like
which
half an
means
hour
she-
left, so let's try to move
Yep.
it towards.
Yep. I guess we go and talk to Daria.
The party hops into the Honda Civic and drives over to the nearby diner.
Yep.
A woman fitting the description can be seen there. She seems to be doing some stuff on an iPad. What did I describe her as? See. What was it? Red hair, blue coat,
Yep.
kind of short,
Short and stocky.
40-ish years old. Sitting in a diner with an iPad, reading seriously. Some picture that we can use as a reference.
Yep.
I do wonder if Grok is capable of producing stuff that's semi-usable.
We will see.
Good enough. Good. Going over here. On roll 20. Work with me. You will see a woman fitting the description.
Yep.
That's all yours. Go buy
She's
some
more like
cigarettes.
your type.
Nah. This. That
You've
looks
got
like
how
trouble.
much?
He elbows you in the ribs gently and winks and go, "What? Switch teams?" Before he walks over.
Everything
Yes,
whooshes right
Excuse
past
me?
Sam.
Who goes right past Samuel?
Everything whooshes like
Mutters to himself, who said I ever switched.
Like
Goes buy cigarettes.
I mean, you have-
can't see the mummo tunneli, can't see the sexual gay innuendo. It's just nothing. Samuel is just being a happy little kid here.
I must have missed what you said because I don't know what you're referring to.
Pex wouldn't want to go near a older gentlewoman, and he's a bouncer with a muscular body, a little bit older. So he probably gathers a lot of that kind of fangirls around. So yeah, and then
So
Victor is like,
what you're saying is I probably should join, right?
Well, you'd make it easier for us to get information on sacrificing your own discomfort or sacrificing your own comfort.
Are you saying this out loud though? In character?
Exactly what I'm saying. Everything like this whooshes right past Peter, but out of character.
Oh, because you said
how...
Samuel is oblivious. I was like, wait, what is
Oh,
Samuel?
sorry, Peter. I meant Peter. I was thinking Samuel, like nudging.
Oh, no.
I got so caught on Samuel working like Victor that I was like, just remember, he's still Samuel, and that's why I said.
I mean, they are both the same person, but this
Freudian slip. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of Samuel experiencing a rare moment of, oh shit.
Yeah.
I get stuff done, but like. It's not a schizophrenic where the entire person flips. It's more like Victor is a mask that he puts on.
Dude, wouldn't I know? Because I'm the gun-ho.
Yeah.
Some of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely
kind of like, which is like, oh, Peter's kind of like Victor. That's why he was like, oh, we bond really well in the first episode. But yeah, he nudges and says that to Pex as he walks over to Daria. And I goes, excuse me, ma'am, is this seat taken?
She will sort of politely smile, quickly just putting her iPad closed and looking at you others.
X went out for a smoke.
So you also look out to the rest of the diner and see that there's plenty of places that aren't taken. Are you imagining she's at the bar? I'm imagining she's at a table.
Yeah, me too, exactly. Like she's in a cubicle like that. I'm imagining.
Okay. And that means that both of you can just look around and see, no, there's plenty of other spaces all over the place. So you're sitting here specifically to talk. So she's immediately on alert, like, ooh. But she won't say no since she wants to know what the hell's going on. So she will look at you and go, oh, good day. What can I do?
Good day. Well, I believe you and my associates here, me and my associates here, might be in on a similar business and we might be able to help one another.
A brief moment of lighting up in her eyes will be seen as she goes, what? Huh? What? And then confusion as she goes, what do you mean?
He looks out. He hasn't sitting down yet because she hasn't been like, please. So he's kind of hovering near the seat. But actually at this point, he probably sits down as he's looking out from the diner. Do we see the apartment building where
it's visible from here, although not at
he looks
a
over
great angle.
Right, but
It feels weird.
He kind of pointed.
If everyone else goes in, so I'm just gonna walk in later.
I imagined you were just gonna stand at the door like a bouncer.
Yeah. So he kind of cranes his neck, pointedly looking that way, and goes, "It's terrible business that with the young kid," which he probably was older than Samuel, but you know, the news reporter that's still they say he's hanging around.
She will just sort of nod her head and go, yes, that is a thing that people say.
Yep.
What brings you to that?
Well, let's just my apologies. I should probably introduce myself. I am Samuel Harris.
Hello, Samuel.
And
I'm Daria.
I believe, yes, that is what we've been led to believe as well.
That's
sorry,
a very sinister thing to say, but
I'm sorry I'm late. Scoot over. Make some space.
you
he
shove
probably-
him
Did you
aside.
introduce yourselves yet?
I'm probably sitting there too, so now
Also, you're a
on the
mountain
seat
of a
of
man, so this is
Yeah.
the muscle has arrived.
and it's probably a seat for
So
two.
did you
He scoots us over.
explain the situation already? You must be Daria, right?
Yeah, she's Daria, and I know I was trying to be subtle about it before the muscles in, and looks like we're trying to corner her in the cubicle.
She now looks slightly more panicked than she was before. Like, look.
We know you work for the Orpheus Group. We know you've been trying to exercise poor Samuel from his apartment. Didn't go as you planned. And we would like to help, because people in that building are getting sick. Because Samuel is pissed off as fuck.
Okay, hearing this, she will just look over her shoulder a little bit and then lean over to you like, okay, who sent you?
Samuel, actually.
Her eyes will somewhat go wide, and...
Well, hear me out. Before you panic, hear me out. We were in Fair Valley. My cute little associate over, and he points to Peter. His laptop was interacted with by a wraith who left us a cryptic message that brought us here. We kind of been asking around, puzzling things together. And it turns out Samuel is really pissed off. And his anger is sickening people in that building, and he needs to go. We were talking about with the cop who killed him.
Mm-hmm. You see her fiddling a little bit with her iPad in her hands, like,
So we kind of found a folder of your people's things in that building. So you tried to exercise him, didn't go as planned. We would like to have another go, or try and find another way to appease him to help him get to rest.
She's biting her lip, and her eyes light up sparkling, and goes, "Yes, I think we would be able. You are clearly a bunch of spiritual leaders, exorcists, right?
No, I know a thing or two, but
we hunt stuff occasionally.
You must also be a bunch of enterprising young gentlemen looking to...
Looks at pecs. with a
strapping gentleman.
You see a bit of Victor come out as he gives a very Victor-like smirk and a raised eyebrow as he looks at pecs at the young.
Well, if you know that much already, yes, we would actually be able to help each other a lot. You know what? I know better than to ask questions where it doesn't really belong. We can help each other out, and the world will be a much better place if this whole thing is put to rest.
Okay, can I roll an empathy to see just how much bullshit, saleswoman bullshit she's spouting at the moment?
Sure.
Because that's the feeling I'm getting from her. But
yeah, go ahead. Roll.
Okay. Perception or intelligence or wits?
Empathy. Perception, empathy.
Okay, perception, empathy. 2 successes.
2 successes. Yeah, this is for her clearly not about making the world a better place or helping you out. This is very beneficial to her. She is just relieved, like, oh my god, I can't believe how fucking lucky I am.
These stooges that come here and do my job for me. So, you work solo?
I work with a group of specialists.
Yep, the Orpheus group, we know.
Yes, well, then you probably also know that it's all very venture capital.
Right. What do you do with the ghosts once you deal with them?
I'm afraid that's company secret.
Right. But that makes it sound like you don't let them get to rest. You collect them for something.
Oh no, it's nothing as sinister as that. But
Mhm.
you know, I shouldn't talk about that. You know what? Maybe once we've dealt with things, then I'll be able to give you a formal press briefing.
Not really interested in press briefing. Those tend to be a bunch of corporate lies.
Well, I'm not great at corporate speak and legal jargon. All I know is that lawyers will sometimes talk to me and tell me I need to not share certain information. So I need to be really sure what I can and can't share with you.
Right.
And you did sort of surprise me here, and I can see that you're all good-natured gentlemen, and we can definitely help each other out here and put all of this behind us.
Well, we're... Oh, damn, this is hard to explain. Sure, let's go with good-natured. Yep, that's what we are. Good-natured, young... And he looks at Pex again, shoves him nudges him with the shoulder. Young, strapping lads, just trying to improve the world. Make it a better place for the living and the dead and everything in between.
I mean, I'm young at heart, all right?
Sure. And he gives you a smirk.
She nods and smiles.
Anywho, so about these he lowers his voice. About these exorcism suits that you tried to use and Samuel kind of fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly happened? He wasn't really able to answer that much while we questioned him. It was more of a yes or no things, and he was like, "Oh, it didn't go that well. Fought back."
She's listening to a lot of things, and you can see her typing rapidly on her little iPad thing. And then after she's done typing, she looks up and goes,
Wait, you telling me you're taking notes? You never talked to a ghost before?
"Oh, I'm just, you know."
Is she calling for help?
Keeping some notes from the meeting.
Right. Okay.
You know, this isn't an exact science, so these things must be, you know, sort of felt out.
Not really.
Okay, I'm gonna do something that gets me at least thrown out of this conversation. I'll try and quickly grab the tablet to see if she is actually, like, you know, messaging someone or actually taking notes. I want proof.
Give me dexterity. I keep not knowing what the things are. Dexterity subterfuge, I think, because you're just trying to quickly snatch it.
Sure. They do not like that they're not in. What? Whoop. 2 successes.
2 successes. Now, however, she is not really happy that you do that, so he is going to try to contest, and any successes will be deducted from yours. Ooh, wow.
Ooh, so plus minus 0.
So as you move your arm, she almost instinctively just sort of backs away and presses the close button to shut the iPad down, and will just, you know, lay it on the table, and you see, okay, the screen is black, it's locked.
Yeah. Sorry, but
That's rude.
This looks bad. But I really need to know. You weren't messaging anyone, were you? Like,
She's probably talking to the lawyers at the moment to make sure what she can and cannot say. And I mean, if I was a corporate stooge, I would probably send all information of things that we haven't tried to them, so the eggheads can go like, "Oh, we didn't try that. That's a very good point."
She is reassessing the situation after you pull that stunt.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm sorry about that. I will leave this conversation because that was rude. So and as I like nudge pegs over, I lean onto him and I'm like, go outside and keep an eye.
She will
eye out for
talk to
anybody.
Victor like, please have your muscle stand outside. It's making me jumpy.
Which
Yes.
one?
Both of them.
This one can behave, and he pats Pex. Like he said, it was rude. That one spends most of his time in the forest. You, Snow Leopard, cutscene outside. You'll be the naughty kitty.
And I leave the situation. I do keep an eye out on the outside of the diner to see if anybody approaches, anybody like black car-ish.
Well, on that note, roll perception. Perception technology.
Oh, they have surveillance.
2 successes.
You will notice what.
Oh, it's a double 10.
Yes, you will notice what seems to be a surveillance fan nearby. I mean, it's unmarked and made as generic as possible, but you can see a bunch of tech sticking out from various places from it.
What you mean is, I go outside, and Marcus nudges me, and says like, "Check that out," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I totally saw that."
It's right there.
All right, yeah. I do take a note of the usual stuff. I go next to the door somewhere, lean over to the wall, just checking the surroundings, keeping an especial eye out for any black cars coming in, or the van itself, the surveillance one.
Yep. All right.
But yeah, otherwise, nothing special.
Either way. Back to the conversation inside. Yep. So, after that little kerfuffle, Darius said, look, we probably both benefit from this being taken care of as quickly as possible.
Right.
And believe it or not, my choices are actually very limited in this. So,
Which are?
Well, I can either cooperate with you.
Right.
Or I can attempt to deal with this myself, which will probably not end well.
Deal with us or deal with Samuel? That was rather vague, this.
Oh, Samuel's an angry boy right now.
Right, but we also know about a
I-
relatively secretive group that doesn't seem to want to be traced or contacted, and we have approached one of their operatives in a town far from anywhere, so it might be they're trying to take care of us as well. Pardon me for being a bit careful, especially after what Snow Leopard tried.
She looks at you again and again tries to reevaluate what the situation is right now, and will then look at you and go, oh, you're worried about... Oh, okay, I thought...
Well, I mean, so far, any trace of your group...
You're probably fine.
Yeah, any trace of your group has been rather difficult to get a hold of, so it kind of sounds like
Well, not
you're
that
more
much,
of a hush-hush
apparently,
thing.
but-
Well, now that's because this is a small-ass town and people here talk and remember a lot. So, also, we kind of dig the internet for weird places because that's where we find the stuff.
I want to hear the end about this in my performance review.
Yep. You know what? They're actually claiming that you guys are paying the government here. None of our business. We don't really give a shit.
Oh, they claim
But-
lots of things. Let them
Yep,
claim
that's-
what they want.
That's what we found about you, and then we found your folder in Samuel's apartment. Might want to clean after yourself. So anyway, if you're not here to kill us, how do you propose we go on? Your suit probably didn't work. And we haven't exactly exercised a ghost before. We've destroyed a people-eating house before, but not a ghost.
Well, I can walk you through that.
Great. We got some supplies. Some of them seem authentic based on my research, but they aren't exactly high-tech. They're more of the traditional candles and a spell circle and...
Well, we won't be using that.
Right. We actually have genuinely tested and working containment runes, but that seems sort of a very shaky ground to go on when there's a shouty ghost in the room.
She will, when you say that, just sort of raise an eyebrow and go,
Well,
like this is
it's
outside
a
of her field of expertise, and you're not
let's just say
talking
it's a
mumbo
long
jumbo.
story with a house that ate people and souls. So it requires a real proper expert on that matter, which we're not.
She's tapping away on the iPad, like what? Tippy 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 tippy.
We've dealt with our fair stuff already. This ain't our first rodeo in general, but it is the first exorcism with a ghost.
Tippy tippy tippy. Have experience with other entity of Class B. Further analysis.
What's a Class B? Is that a big thing? Because it was a house that had stood for about.
Oh, you didn't hear her say that.
Okay.
You just
she's
think
going
her
under the
mouth
bridge.
sort of moved in that way.
Okay. Can I read to see if he can read the lips?
Perception. What even? Perception, etiquette, and DC like 8.
Okay. Perception, etiquette. Okay, well, this is etiquette. Okay, no modifiers. DC 8. Oh yeah, figures.
Yeah.
He's not trained in that,
Yeah,
really.
It's not a thing that's happening right now. But yes, more importantly, hearing you talk and stuff being left behind, and she also looks outside and see that the day is sort of coming to an end. Looking at her watch, and she will say, "All right, you know what? No time like the present.
Right.
I will take what is presented to me." And she will stand up and put her iPad in her coat and ask you to please follow her.
Sure, going in there, would I know if ghosts are more dangerous during the night or day? Or if there's actually any real difference between their power levels based on sunlight?
You suspect that they're probably stronger during the night.
Okay.
But
there's no occult roll for that?
Not right now. Not
okay,
right now.
Yeah. You sure we want to go in there during the evening? Wouldn't day be better?
I would like to deal with this before the evening falls.
Right. Okay.
As
Fair
she walks
point.
you over to a storage garage unit next to the mysterious van.
Okay.
And we'll open
Is
it up.
Peter allowed to follow us?
She's keeping
But at
sort
least
of an
try
eye
to-
on him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll message the single group for the about the suspicious van.
She will, inside that storage unit, there will be a simple table laid out with a bunch of technical components laid out on it. Many different things that you just don't really recognize. One is a handheld
Do they go
oscilloscope.
beep and boop?
Yeah, beep and boop, like an oscilloscope Geiger counter thing.
Yeah,
Or-
nice setup you got
or a
here.
headset with like a mesh sensor and like a collapsible lattice of copper and carbon. Just some weird stuff. A big glowing containment device the size of a fire extinguisher.
So you are going to contain and trying to capture him, as
No,
opposed to
why
letting
would you
him go.
think that?
Well, that looks like a containment device.
No, it
The
looks like
storyteller.
She picks it up and like no, and then taps against it. And like, look, that's just a big glass container. Screws open the top. A little bit of fizz
Right.
just comes out.
Can I take a look?
She just hands it to you like it's not interesting at all.
Okay. I can't roll occult to see if it has any properties that would contain a spectral entity.
Yeah, sure. Roll perception occult.
Okay. Perception occult.
DC 7.
Okay. I might actually use the second one of my foresees for this. So I have one left for the day for Samuel.
Sure.
Let me see. It was perception occult. DC 7. 2 successes. We'll see if. Okay, 2 successes is the best I can do.
Okay. With 2 successes, Yeah, it seems to be almost like a big glass bottle, but very thick glass. It itself looks uninteresting, but you see a little bit of residue in the inside of a matter that you can't quite place. So, yeah, maybe it is just a very boring container, but you suspect it was used to contain something odd. Whether or not it was like a fuel source, or like a capturing device, or I don't know, Pokemon storage, who knows? Maybe they kept Coca-Cola and Mentos in there.
Damn it. He tries and pour the stuff out to see how viscous or fluid it is.
It's like a drop. And
Okay. He brings it. He smells it, and then he dabs it with the tip of his tongue. Out of curiosity, he just goes, I'm sorry, but he's curious.
Hey, this might be a ghost. Time to inhale ghost again.
He's very sus of this woman. Because he's convinced that they're not exercising, really doing exorcism, but actually collecting ghosts for a power supply or something.
Oh, right. I was like, if you're suspicious of somebody, you don't drink their liquids.
Well, that's what he's doing the thing that TV show cops do, where they just dab the tip of the tongue to see if he burns or if he has a weird reaction, instead of just going nom. It's like really lightest of tastes to see how it reacts, which probably isn't healthy even with a poison. But,
what do I even have you roll for?
Yeah, this is something you need to be prepared for.
Yeah,
As the colloquial war, it seems Hunter storyteller too.
I mean,
it's like
I'm supposed to be the curious, tries to figure shit out.
I know, but you touched the anti-material. What happens now? Because as far as I know, physics, the universe stopped existing.
We don't know if it's anti-material. It was inside a material
as an
container.
example.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that the material burns your tongue and you take 1 point of bruise damage.
Okay. Is it lethal or non-lethal?
Non-lethal.
Bruce is non-lethal.
Oh, right. So it's the slash. Okay. It goes. So, what was this? This ain't Coca-Cola. I mean, I can see it's a containing device of some sort. This ain't natural stuff.
She's looking at you like you're an idiot. And she doesn't even entertain answering your questions as she rummages with the other devices. She will go over to a locker, pull out another one of those containers, like the one you're holding. This one looks clean. Hook it up with a tube up to what looks like a handheld device with 2 gloves that you hold, and then in between 2 gloves forms a bit of a webbing, as if you're holding like little wires stretched out in between the hands. So, okay, one of you will need to wear this. It's just a pair of gloves.
Right,
interesting.
Okay, I'll try.
Could I?
Well, one
I
of
promise
you,
I won't drink it. Simon's already going forward with his hand stretched. Depends on what it does. Does it?
It'll deal with the ghost.
It puts it in the bottle?
Well, I mean, partially. Like, the residue needs somewhere to go. The ghost itself will be destroyed. The residue is uninteresting, but we can't just have it floating around. Also, you shouldn't know this. The press briefing later.
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
And she will... Okay. As you're holding out your hands, she will ask you, like, okay, hold out your hands. She will then slide the gloves on. Oh, actually... Fuck, normally the assistant would do this stuff. We kind of want to keep these out of sight.
Why don't ask the guys in the van?
There's no one in the van.
There was
no one at all? Are you sure?
You've walked past it. You've looked at the van. There is no one in the van. There are no people in the van.
Oh. But, the van had...
Well,
I don't think
to say, you didn't see a driver or anything.
Yes, exactly. A driver is not... Yeah, exactly. Like, not in the back either. Are you sure? I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure.
I kind of know these things.
She will say like, no, there's no one in the van. Don't worry about that.
Wait, you said you had a team. Where's your team?
Yeah, I had a team.
Wait, don't tell me they all died when you encountered Samuel?
Briefing
Wow.
later. Let's focus. You want to deal with the ghost, right? You've seen how dangerous the ghost is.
Yeah.
You're right, the ghost is very dangerous.
Yeah,
Right.
dealing with the ghost. So,
As she clicks
what up?
the gloves in place around your wrist, and then she will go to one little computer part of it and just quickly hold her iPad next to her and go beep 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 beep. Okay.
Yeah, we could just take the cop to Samuel and be done with it. He's the one Samuel wants. That'll also disperse the ghost.
What? Cop?
I mean,
him?
he seemed.
Yeah, he's the one who killed Samuel.
Oh,
he's
that's
the
not
he's
important.
of course it is. I mean, they duke it out. Samuel goes to rest.
She looks at you as if you're talking about something completely different. With a face that just says like, what the fuck are you, why would I want to... she's like, oh, no, this is much cleaner and quicker.
Right, you want the residue because it's a
Supernatural.
sort of... You want to collect the residue for research purposes. I get it. It's very important.
Well, we do
She
want
said
to
it was
keep it distinct.
inconsequential.
Right. Sure, I would say it was inconsequential if I was trying to, I don't know, some super fuel out of it or something.
Okay.
Or
Tell
use
you
it
what,
for something.
How about we have a little trade? As payment for you guys helping me out, I will let you keep the residue.
Cool. Sounds amazing.
Okay.
Why do you
if
want
that
the
is-
residue?
Wait. Could we exchange that for the gauntlets?
Well, no, I want the residue.
You either get you. Look, I'm talking to your boss right now, all right? And she turns back to Victor.
Victor looks at the other two with a puzzled look, and then he looks like, all right.
Please, have your muscle focus. Like, this is no way to run a team.
Yep.
Focus, kitten. We're getting ghost juice.
All right. Yes, you're exactly. She looks outside,
fucking
sees the sun
Out
setting.
of ghost
Okay.
juice.
Second off, okay, with these gloves on, it's actually kind of hard for you to manipulate anything in your hands. But yeah, now that they're turned on, you can feel sort of a buzzing in between them. Like, normally we would do this on site, but this is comfortable. Okay, next up, she will take out a key, which you will recognize as being a key for one of the apartments.
Oh, we got one of those.
But you didn't bring it back.
No, we just ran out. We still have the key.
Oh.
We never returned it.
All right, she puts the key back in her pocket. I don't know. Good.
Yeah, we visited ourselves.
Well, that saves. I mean, okay.
How long does this How long does this take to work?
So we
probably wanna
never
go
returned.
now.
Right,
Wait.
sure.
Isn't that the skeleton key for the whole apartment complex? I'm not sure if we can keep that.
No, we
I
just
feel
got the
good
key.
about them, so-
We just got the key to the apartment.
Okay.
Okay. With that, she will then take a nearby blanket and sort of throw it over your glove hands. And go, right, I should probably keep this out of sight. I'd much rather do it on location, but I don't have the tools there.
Sure.
Yeah, she puts down the tools that she used. Okay, let's go quickly. It's just across the street. We can just walk there.
Yep.
And she will walk you with the gloves, as if you're being perp walked, as if you're in handcuffs.
Right.
With these glove hands sort of tied together.
He turns to Pex and goes, okay, Pex, once we get inside, I want you to use your ghost vision so you can see him, stun him, so we can, choose him. Okay?
Ooh, time to juice as a ghost.
Yeah,
Can you do that?
yeah. I hope so.
You're
We'll
walking
try.
into the apartment. It doesn't feel
Get your kit that you got from Amazon as well, just in case.
Oh, I'm holding the crucifix in my hand as we speak.
Okay, cool.
That won't help. I gave you the rune. Try that one. That'll probably contain it. Just chalk, salt, like I wrote down.
Oh yeah, yes. I mean, yeah. I'm a hunter. I of course I know these things.
Yep.
This is just for show. When we're walking in. For
Sure.
the,
Crucifix not gonna do much. It ain't a vampire.
Sure.
Either way, she
Yeah.
will walk you up to the apartment. You already have the key, so one of you opens the door. Someone who's not Victor, because hands. Next up, you will simply be brought up, and she will explain, like, okay, we need to get him to manifest, which should be easy enough if he's still angry, and then you simply try to, position the, she's trying to think of a non-technical term, just put the gloves on both sides. Put the gloves on both sides of him, and it will activate and drain him.
Sure. Okay.
And then when he's drained, he should be very easily dispersed with just the bare movements of your hands.
All right. Pix, can you see him?
With your second sight, I'm assuming that's active.
He has the
Double
discern.
check.
Yeah, the discern, the see supernatural.
Yeah, how do my abilities work? I'm trying to double like.
That's up to you to know, but I know you have the blind
I know
sight
it's up
see
to me
stuff,
to know, but I'm just wondering, like, how
Discern, you need to
I
roll.
can use both, right? It's not
Yeah.
like
Yes, they are
You need to
separate.
roll a perception plus zeal.
yes, I know.
Against 6, and for each success you get 10 minutes.
Yes.
I'm trying to sneak out my camera. No, camera. And try to document the process, especially how the gauntlets work, so we could have a, something to work with if we want to create one of our own.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to document what you can.
I'm not sure if she is okay with us trying
She
to
is
document.
busy
So I'm
trying to rush you through this. She is constantly
Yeah.
looking at her watch.
sure, and I'm trying to keep the camera concealed. But yeah, moving on.
So you got 30 minutes of sight
That's
thingy.
more than enough. You walk in, and the ghost of Samuel will be there. You can see him, in particular case, near the kitchen. There.
Yep.
Once he sees all of you in here, Daria is actually keeping herself a little bit back out of sight, thinking that, saying that I don't want to get in, seeing me might trigger something.
Yep.
Let's keep this as minimal as possible. Simply do as you planned. Try to keep him in one place. Try to keep him in between the gloves. And
Has he seen the gloves before? This is before we go in.
he did.
Right.
So he
damn.
probably knows what to expect, but it's also a ghost, so who knows?
Right.
Yep.
Right. Oh, right. Yes. Right. Okay.
Yeah, he's standing right over there.
Cool. Samuel, we would like to help you. We know where your killer lives. Before you rage out, he's really sick and you could probably do it alone. We want to weaken the bonds you have with this place that allow you to roam further. But we need you to trust us and stand very still. We've been trying to help you so far. We want to keep doing that again.
Give me manipulation subterfuge. Let's lie to the ghost that we're gonna exit. Oh, we're gonna weaken the bond so you can freely go get your revenge.
Exactly. I mean, what better way to get him to stand still than just go, oh.
Yeah. We're going to teleport you up to our spaceship.
No, we're going to weaken the bonds that bind you and stop you from going anywhere.
Just step into
I'm
this
going to use-
teleporter device. We promise you will be alive on the other side.
Yeah, I will use my last 4C for this. Manipulation subterfuge. Which difficulty? 6?
You're wearing the gloves.
But they are still covered, I think.
Are they still covered? You tell me.
Well,
I would imagine he wants them covered so that we can explain before we pull it, so he doesn't trigger, because there's a chance that he's seen them. He knew the device. So.
Fair enough. If you explicitly kept them covered, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to prepare him with words before he goes, gloves rage. So that's the
Okay.
first one.
Yeah,
I am
he's-
using the 4C on this, so...
Yeah, he just willingly stands still and spreads his arms and goes, "Yes, justice."
As we start the exorcism process.
Yes, this is where we use the earplugs.
Right.
He tries yelling, but as you put, I'm assuming at that point you take out the gloves, you put those around him.
And
Yeah, the sound of a
burn.
vacuum cleaner just.
Burn.
As the ghost goes.
Just a little more, you'll soon be able to move.
Stamina plus
And
zeal.
the container fills up with the
Difficulty for
residue.
an individual creature is stamina plus 3.
Yeah. Oh, you want
Yep.
to pin him in place with your thing because he was just holding
Yes.
himself in place.
Yeah.
Just on top of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's fine. I'll do. Just make the roll on top of it as well. It's
I
fine.
mean, that's what we were, yeah.
He
It's
just
the
goes.
back.
He just spreads out his hands and goes, "Do your thing." As Victor goes, like, "We'll break your bonds to this place, so you can go and kill him yourself." He's like, "Hey, the best stuff."
No, you've just kind of finagled him.
Yeah.
I mean, he might start disappearing, part of the time,
I'm
and then
just gonna
get
give him a
pissed
bunch
off.
of
So,
dice, so,
burden.
Oh, it doesn't. It only makes one success. So. Does that
Yeah, what's the
mean it's
difficulty?
stunned?
No, I don't know. The difficulty for an individual creature is stamina plus 3. I roll stamina plus seal.
Stamina plus 3. It's stamina plus 3. That doesn't make sense.
No, it's the creatures, I'm guessing.
Okay,
Isn't it?
so you need to roll versus its stamina plus 3.
Yes.
Yeah, your character glares at the creature.
His stamina plus seal against the creature's stamina plus 3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
One
so-
roll is also made to immobilize a group. Use the highest stamina from the group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But we have no group.
The DC 6 to pin it.
Okay. 7 successes.
So yeah,
Wow,
in case it wasn't
wow.
frozen before, it is now super frozen.
Yeah.
And about halfway through, he probably goes, "Hey, wait a minute." Wait a minute. I think you might be doing something else to me.
No, wait a minute. It's a safety precaution.
And he dissipates as the residue gets sucked into the container. And then when he's almost nothing anymore, you just very briefly move your hands where you think he's going, and he just blows apart into dust.
Yeah. He's like, "Sorry about this, fella, but you make people sick."
Yeah,
your
Daria
range.
is enthusiastically looking at her iPad and just grinning ear to ear like, "Yes, yes."
He holds the bottle and goes,
Oops.
"See, Daria, you just gotta ask nicely. You don't attack them. You just ask them to stand still, and they do." Just talk to
she
them.
is elated and will respond like, oh. Ooh, she was sweating. She wipes her forehead like, I can't believe my luck.
Luck?
You look.
What's luck got to do with it?
Well, she was on a
yeah.
deadline, and she had no way of doing it because she angered Samuel the first time. But see, you should have used your feminine charms to just talk to him and tell him you're gonna help him like you were going to, and he would have just stood still like he did for us.
Hide the camera. I had some good material now. So yeah.
That is a good. Wait, you're saying you had good material now with your camera?
Hopefully.
You just
Yeah, but
said-
are you
you
saying that
said
out
it.
loud?
Oh no.
That's
Out of
one
character,
those-
I think I have good enough material, so I put my camera away, and then
Okay.
afterwards, like, wait.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Lucky?
Good. Don't
Yes,
go to
yes,
the
yes,
lady
yes.
and be like, "I've been recording it all
Sorry.
this time."
Sorry. Nope.
Okay. Good. Then after that, she said, "Oh, wonderful," and then she will reach in to try and undo the gloves from you. Like, you probably want to take these off.
Yep, he lets them. As I was doing it,
Did it require any type of concentration, or could Samuel have tried to discern if the extraction component is some sort of mechanized or technomancy or some sort of mechanized sorcery, or just pure technology?
And does it feel like anything?
It's nothing you're really familiar with. So what would be? Also, you're busy using it, so I guess.
Right, but that's what I'm asking.
Intelligence technology.
Does it feel like it's wearing?
Yeah,
DC
I don't have
7.
Okay, I don't have technology, but I can roll int.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Does it work? Does it sap life power? Does it feel like anything?
2 successes.
2 successes. You get a feeling, based on what you've experienced so far, that it is not draining anything. It's pretty much what she said. But
no, but like the for it to transfer it into the bottle, is that sorcery based or technology based? Like, is that supernatural or purely people figuring out a gadget that interacts with?
To you, you think it's definitely technology, as far as you can tell.
Right. So there's nothing that screams to a hunter's senses, because I think
to you this does not scream occult.
Okay, cool, good. Yeah. So we
As
don't have
to
to smash
exactly
them and go.
how it works.
Right, no. No, it's more him trying to discern if we are employing sorcerer's tactics, and if these guys are actually using supernatural things that we're opposed to.
Yeah, can I use Dyson to see if it's ghost powered?
Can you use dice to
is it
discern if
supernatural?
it's ghost powered?
Yeah, discern.
Is it supernatural?
Is the thing,
Or is it
the
just
gauntlets,
technology?
Discern exposes the
chemistry?
features that identify those creatures.
Yeah, I don't
So,
know.
yeah,
if that
it is a
really
power
applies,
to-
but-
Yeah, it's a power to show if there's supernatural activity.
As far as discern goes, to you it would have looked like Samuel was highly concentrated at some point, and now he's just dispersed all over the place with only a teaspoon of him left. Like whatever concentrated power made him up, gave his undeath power, that was just very rapidly just dissipated.
Okay. Is there stuff in the bottle?
There is stuff in the bottle now. It looks like little metal flakes.
Ooh, cool. What you make of this? He holds it to Pets. What you make of this stuff?
She will first undo your gloves and then say,
Yeah.
all right, I really need to make a phone call.
Sure.
Taking the gloves, putting them in the bag, stepping out for a moment. And then she will be on her phone.
Yeah.
A little bit out of earshot.
Well, yeah, Victor gestures to Peter, finger on his lips, and gestures to the door, like, and then puts a hand behind his ear, like silently trying to say, "You silently go eavesdrop."
Yes. During the conversation, let's see, if you're trying to eavesdrop, what is it? Perception, subterfuge?
He's trying to send Peter to it.
She is, yeah, okay. Peter, go eavesdrop. All right, Peter, give me perception, subterfuge. Difficulty 8 is not making it easy for you.
That is if there is.
What was it? Perception.
Perception, subterfuge. Difficulty 8. She is not making this easy for you.
I imagine so.
Let's see. A single
One
success.
Stooges, idiots.
No,
did my job.
Yeah, okay. Some of the parts are what you might think like, no, I got it done. Yeah, no, I got a little delayed. Don't worry, we've got the numbers. I will explain everything, and there's no need to overreact. Look, yes, I will cooperate. After a few moments, she says some other stuff you can't discern. She will hang up the phone. and turn back to you and also undo the canister and say, as promised, this is for you. And we'll hand whoever is nearest the canister.
Probably Victor, because he was the one with the gloves. So.
Yep. And say, like, you have done this town and scientific progress in general a fantastic service.
Right. Damn it, I know you can't answer the question, but I'm really interested in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, why don't you give me your contact information, and I will make sure that you get a proper press briefing from one that has been okayed by our lawyers. I will send it to you myself.
Cool. Yeah, he gives her his number. Or email, something.
I need to ask, have we established that she's part of Orpheus, or is it just conjecture?
I'm pretty sure that was part of the initial conversation.
Yeah.
Right, so I mean, we know she's Orpheus.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she ever super outright went, yes, we are Orpheus, but she's got the tech, she's got contacts, and she never... That wasn't one thing she ever really danced around. She was just like, oh, look, yes, people say a lot of things about us. Let them talk. We don't care. We're here to do a job.
Well, good. Seems like we have a contact now. Well, they'll be in contact to us. Hey, could we get your contact information? Not to be a nuisance to you. Just like we'd like to hook up. Not in that way. Just, professionally.
She will see and just sort of reach into her coat and pull out a business card with just her name and then a phone number. Of course.
Right.
Excellent. I immediately, as I take the card, I tap in the number to my phone and call.
You gotten too many rejections in the club, have you?
And if her phone buzzes, I'm like, yeah, now you got my number.
Her phone does not buzz.
Oh, yeah.
Instead,
definitely.
after a few moments, you will get a message of, our office is closed right now, but if you did reach us between the office hours of 9 and 12 on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, we will gladly talk to you.
Dude, that's being merciful.
That's cold.
That's being merciful. Like those call hours are pretty good. Anyway, I just tap on.
What you don't know is that when you call it during those times, they're like, there are 25 people queued before you. Please hold.
Still, it's merciful because
Right. What were the times? It was Tuesday and Wednesday.
Between 9 and 12.
9 and 12.
That's like 3 hours of mercy time. That's real long.
Right.
Usually
So I presume that wasn't the real number. But anyway, we're sort of getting into the sort of chasing supernatural business. This is our second gig. So if you need help, or if you have any, sort of gigs that you don't necessarily want to send a big team to,
yes,
you can contact us and we'll see if we get time for it.
Absolutely. You know what? I think we can actually do business together if all of this works out. I still need to make a few more calls. I'm going to go down to the hotel real quick, and I need to make sure that the van and everything is locked up properly.
Yep.
And then we can talk some more afterwards.
Sure.
So she walks off with the bag with the gloves in it. She will go. You'll see her go going down the stairs.
Drive away.
Oh, I don't know. Do you watch what she's doing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Rachel looks out from the apartment to see if she just skedaddles the fuck out of town.
I have no reason to stick around in the apartment.
Okay. If you follow her slowly, quickly,
to keep an eye on her.
Yeah, keep an eye on her. You will actually see that there is another group of people in black cars, which are currently busy just loading the contents of that storage box into their own cars, and one driving away, the van, as a man in a suit driving away. The cars have a logo on the side.
With an umbrella.
Damn.
No, that would be something.
Umbrella.
Umbrellas everywhere, damn it.
But it is some other organization.
Right.
Agent,
I take a
Aegis
picture of
Resource Management.
Okay.
You can take a picture of it. You know,
Yeah, he does. Like trying to subtly.
Yes, when she sees that this is happening, she also just sort of panic and waver. I was like, no. It's slightly away. Like, no, I got things in time. No, it's fine. We've got the numbers. You don't need to do this. Another man in black just sort of pats her on the shoulder and then invites her to sit in one of the other cars, and they drive
There's a
off.
flash of light, and she comes out dazed.
No, she sits in the car.
Okay.
And she is driven away in those cars with them.
Well, damn. But yeah, it was the photo was kind of, it's not raising the hand to take a photo. It's one of those he's supposedly tapping it and it's slightly upwards and like holding it around his solar plexus and just click as subtly as he can, taking a photo while looking like he's supposedly texting.
It's fine.
Because doesn't want to get like, that dude's taking evidence.
No. If anything, one of the guys looks in your direction and just sort of lifts up a hand and goes, no, as if to gesture. No, it's all fine.
Oh, okay.
You know, one makes the okay sign with his hands, sort of, hey, it's fine.
Okay, and he smiles and waves and gives a thumbs up.
Daria is tapped on the shoulder, and also, you know, he turns her around. Daria also sort of gives a very stiff little wave in your direction, and what is probably a forced smile.
Yeah. Victor leans over to Pex, and Peter goes, "Oh, she's so much shit."
Probably in less shit than if you hadn't.
I'm hoping we're not in deep shit ourselves.
I think if we were, we'd be sitting in those cars by now.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're right.
That's making assumptions about what it is.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
If they were some evil, spooky organization that kidnaps anyone that knows anything about the supernatural, then yes, you would probably have immediately been taken with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Daria said, like, no. Like, Daria covered our asses. That counts for something.
Oh, no,
Definitely.
but she didn't look too happy about them just disassembling her operations here, so it looks like she's kind of been dangling in her own nose. So, I don't know, let's hope we get more clues from them. I would like to probably go and talk to the cop again. You know, just to tell him that things are okay.
Long as we, like,
gone now.
Long as we reach him before she does, or they do.
Oh, I don't think they give a shit. I mean, he's a drunk who's on the verge of suicide.
Oh,
anyway,
right.
So
you're right. You know what? I did catch that. What I caught is they think about the supernatural, and then there's the the other side, the mundane. They don't care about the crime stuff between people. It seems. I mean, there's been a wrongdoing, but I kind of agree with them. What do we have to? What? Well, with these guys, the Orpheus or whatever, because it doesn't matter. What if some crime was done? Yeah, sure, it sucks. We've got bigger things. Which reminds me, hey, Sam, please don't just spout about the supernatural to every single person we meet. That's not cool. Like, these are innocents. Well, not that woman in particular, but usually they're like
kitten
people who don't need to know about this thing. Right?
Victor places his hand on your shoulder, gives it a squeeze, and goes,
maybe.
Yeah. Victor puts his hand on Peter's shoulder, squeezes, and goes, kitten. that cop knew there was a ghost in there. Those people, and he points where the cars were, knew there was a ghost in there. He was already in the know. It was quite
I'm not
clear.
so sure. Or you shouldn't be at least you
I
shouldn't be
made
that.
leading questions, and as soon as
You did?
Anthony, yes, and as soon as Anthony
Really?
was telling us that he knew something weird was going on in there, that it wasn't just voices in his head, it became clear that his mind was no longer hiding the fact. So, I'm not going to just blabber to anyone who doesn't know about it, but the moment they show signs that maybe, just maybe, they have pierced the veil, there's no point in dancing around the question. You'll get the hang of it at some point, kitten. It's fine. I'll be careful.
At what point?
When you were sneaking around and we were having a lovely discussion in the garden with the gnomes. Those are ghastly gnomes. No wonder he's drunk.
Oh, what about the film crew then?
What film crew?
Like
Crew.
Oh, you mean Eddie's boys?
Eddie?
Well,
Yeah.
right. Well, they were off their rockers. They were scarred beyond life. And besides, they were supernatural hunters themselves. They were cooks who hunt ghosts on TV. I mean, kitten, please think about it. They already believe that stuff, or make a show out of it. And we were supposed to be a collab. They were scarred.
Okay. So you
I made
wouldn't go to a random person
No, I
on the
wouldn't go
street?
to a Karen asking after a manager to tell about ghosts.
Okay.
There's no point.
Just
It
making
just
sure,
makes
because
things more difficult.
It's been seeming like that to me, at least. I just don't catch on.
He draws a circle with his finger on your shoulder and goes, Kitten, I play the games in the club with rich daddies who want to give money to young guys like me. I know a thing or two about socializing, okay? And reading people. I know what to say and what not to say.
Sure. I'll just know I'll be keeping an eye on you. Just don't, please, keep the innocence. They don't have to know about these things. We just have to make sure they don't know anything. All right?
He pats you on the cheek and goes, like I've said before, it's a good thing you're at least pretty.
Hey.
And you can look at me as much as you want, just don't wear all of this out. And he gestures to his entire body. And then steps away.
Like the first tap kind of reaches, but it's a gentle tap. And after that it's like pull your head away, just slap the hand away, like, hey. Come on.
It was too slow, like pat.
yeah, like pat.
Patronizing two pats, and he goes to his body and goes,
like that.
You can look all you want, just don't use your gaze too much to wear all of this away.
Okay.
It's my moneymaker.
But yes, question is, do you still do certain stuff in town?
He wants to go and tell Anthony that the Samuel has been put to rest.
Yeah.
Because Anthony seemed to be very much aware, so he's like, the last traces and possibilities of people finding out have now been erased. I mean, your ghosts have been put to rest.
I mean, dude,
you can
think about it. You were pretty. You were. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
It's the.
I was
it's the
adamant
player's
about
problem.
letting him suffer.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
I know.
there we go. Yes, I finally found the words. Sometimes, for real, as a player, I just can't find the simple words to say things when I'm drunk.
Right. Okay.
So yeah. But you were thinking about that person as a bad guy.
He
and
is.
even killing him. So
Sure, he is a bad guy.
why go to him at all anymore? We're done here.
Right.
Let's just move on.
Right, but I mean, I don't know. It doesn't mean I have to be a bad guy too, don't it?
But they had the money stash. That definitely.
Sure.
There's something shady in there. I'm
Right,
sure.
and he's still living with the knowledge that he got money to kill a kid. That ain't ever going to. That ain't ever going away, man.
So what you're saying is, we should kill the guy, stole his money, let the ghost alive.
No. What? What?
Peter, Kitten,
You're not
I can't
serious.
believe you.
That
I can't
can't
believe,
be.
Peter, you would suggest such a thing. I thought you were an honorable wilderness guy. You're suggesting such terrible
Wait.
plans.
It is a
None
good
of
idea,
that.
though.
None of this
I
is
think that's
mine.
what
I misjudged you, Peter. I misjudged you terribly.
In court, it was Peter's thought anyway. The plan was Peter.
I misjudged you, Peter.
No. What I'm saying is, this might be an actual bad guy, and we just leave him simmering. That's the
You want him to
best
stew
thing.
until he kills himself.
I don't know, but there's definitely
Because
something
that's where
shady
he's
about
gonna-
that. That guy
Right, that's
doesn't
where it's
deserve.
gonna leave.
Yeah. This guy
He's gonna drink
doesn't
himself to
deserve.
death.
Sure, but this guy doesn't deserve salvation. This guy doesn't deserve like punishment. It's just something in between, and leaving things as they are might be it. Maybe he sees someday that the weird things aren't happening anymore, and he just finds his own salvation. But we don't have to bring it to him, because
Kitten,
this guy, there's definitely something shady about him.
Kitten, a moment ago, it just really sounded like you were trying to pass judgment and going, he should simmer and kill himself in his remorse and his drinking, thinking Samuel is still hunting him. That kind of sounded like you were trying to pass judgment.
No, that's more like, I don't know.
No,
his
that's
stuff
really
and
you saying he
pointing
should
at,
be
Pex.
left to suffer. That kind of
Yep,
sounded
I
like
mean-
you were saying he should be left to suffer.
Yep. Sounds fair. I'm cool with that.
The point
Well,
is
I
not
ain't,
to
and he starts
spend-
walking.
Well, the point is not to shouting to Victor's back. Like, the point is not to make him more aware of any unnatural. Yeah, and then he catches himself shouting about unnatural stuff in the middle of the street.
Shouting,
I
"You can't
I posted in
expose
Discord,
ghosts
you're
in
getting
his
this way from him. He's just giving you the wave I posted in Discord, like, yep. As he's walking away.
Yes.
So, long story short, he's going to go and see Anthony and just go tell him that we put Samuel to rest. And the skeletons in his closet have been buried further, so to speak. Like that chapter's gone.
Okay, so just a quick, going back in. You're
Yep.
evil, but the ghost is gone. Bye.
Yeah, pretty much. Just wanted to let you know we dealt with it. The weird stuff in the house is gone. Samuel is truly and properly
Okay.
put to rest.
Then after that, unless there's a specific loose end that you want to investigate, I will assume that the party spends some amount of time going over things, catching their breath, doing an odd
Absolutely.
job or two in this town, and finding new leads, which we will then go into next time, since we've been
Yep.
going for 4.5 hours. So,
Sounds good.
if that is cleared up, then I'm going to close things, and we'll chat about stuff in the Discord.
Yep.
All right. Officially, good night then. If you want to go, and I will talk to you next time.
Yeah, good.